This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. Unease crept into my mind the instant I saw that old farmhouse from the edge of the dirt road. I was driving through a rural area, trying to get away from the main highways. The snow had been coming down all morning, and the chill in the air was relentless. My fingers felt stiff around the steering wheel. I noticed the property on my left side when I slowed down near a bend. The house stood back from the road, with a short, rutted path leading to it. The windows appeared dark, and the whole place seemed abandoned. Yet there were Christmas decorations on the front porch. That caught my attention more than anything else. I decided to stop the car and check it out. I pulled over near a split-rail fence and stepped onto the gravel. The cold stung my nose, and I pulled my hat lower. There was no visible driveway, just an icy patch of ground with faint tire tracks that seemed old. I approached carefully, every step crunching on frozen grass and patches of ice. My eyes kept jumping to that porch. I could make out a wreath hanging on the main door. It looked worn out, with some of the ribbons frayed. Still, it was there, and the door had no visible locks. I reached the bottom step and paused. The porch creaked under my weight. The place felt too still. I glanced around for footprints but saw nothing that looked fresh. The wooden boards showed no signs of recent traffic. The railing on the sides was dusty and covered with a thin layer of frost. Everything was silent except for a light breeze that moved the small metal bells hanging from the porch eaves. They made a faint noise, but it sounded distant. I felt a slight tension in my back as I stood there. I moved closer to the door. The wreath had a few artificial berries and a faded red bow. I touched it, and it felt brittle. It didn't crumble, but it seemed like it had been there a long time. I tried to see through the door's small glass pane, but the inside looked dim. There was no sign of life. I wanted to knock, but I hesitated. Something about the silence made the idea of knocking feel strange. If there was someone inside, why was everything so quiet? If there was no one inside, then why bother? I looked around the porch. A few chairs sat there, rocking chairs that seemed in decent shape. They weren't broken or covered in dirt. The seat cushions were gone, but the wooden frames looked sturdy. A small table held a little wooden nativity scene. It was dusty, but not damaged. There were 3 or 4 figures, including a small manger. I noted the detail in the carvings. Someone had taken time to set this out. I scanned the porch for more. In one corner, there was a small box of decorations, strings of lights, and some shiny ornaments. They looked old and unpowered. I didn't see any electrical cords or active outlets. The wind picked up for a moment, and the bells clinked together again. I felt my shoulders tense. I started imagining what might be inside that house. My breath caught in my throat for a second, and I swallowed hard. I usually don't get nervous in empty places, but the Christmas decorations felt out of place. They hinted at some kind of recent care, yet everything else pointed to a long period of emptiness. I thought about turning around, but curiosity pushed me forward. I stepped up to the door. There was a doormat, a plain brown rug that looked surprisingly clean. I moved my boot over it, checking for footprints. None were visible except the one I was making. I reached for the doorknob or latch, but I realized I didn't see any. The door just had a simple handle, no lock. I tried it gently. It didn't budge. It seemed like it was either stuck or bolted from inside. I gave a small push, but it refused to open. I leaned my ear against the door. No sounds came from within. No movement, no heat, no voices. I walked to the nearest window and tried to see through the glass. The interior was dark, but I noticed outlines of furniture. It looked like a typical living room with a couch and an armchair, plus a shelf or two. Dust coated the glass, so I had to wipe a small spot with my coat sleeve. The inside didn't look wrecked or vandalized. It just looked neglected, as though no one had been there in a long time. My heart thumped a bit, and I found myself holding my breath. I exhaled slowly when I realized I was getting jumpy for no reason. I circled back to the porch. The wind had died down, and the bells had stopped chiming. There was a small set of chimes near the corner of the porch, shaped like little angels. They were tarnished, but still intact. Their wings were bent in a few places, and some had patches of rust. I tapped one gently, and it made a soft sound. I felt a shiver run through my arms. I couldn't decide if it was the cold or if something else bothered me. I thought about the decorations. They weren't elaborate. They were basic holiday items, some lights around a window, a wreath on the door, a small nativity scene. The question pounded in my mind, who put them here, and why were they left like this? They weren't new, they weren't well maintained either, but they also weren't trashed. It looked like someone had set them up carefully and then vanished. The rocking chairs didn't show wear or obvious rotting. The house itself was old, but it didn't appear to be collapsing. Something about the situation didn't add up. I looked out at the yard. There were no tire tracks except maybe some very faint lines that could have been from months ago. An old barn stood off to the left, with its door hanging open. It looked empty from where I stood. The farmland stretched out behind it. I could see fences in disrepair, with sagging posts. No animals, no signs of recent feeding or manure piles. Just a vast white field dotted with patches of dead vegetation. My teeth started chattering, so I zipped my jacket higher. I remembered that I had a flashlight in my car. I decided I wanted a better look around the house, maybe at the barn. I hurried back to my car, trying to watch my footing on the icy ground. Each step felt shaky. My thighs felt tight from the chill. I reached my car, opened the trunk, and pulled out my flashlight. I tested the beam. It worked fine. I locked my car and headed back toward the house. When I returned to the porch, it was as silent as before. I stepped up and shined my light toward the corners of the porch, looking for anything that could explain who had been here last. I saw no debris, no personal items except for that small box of decorations. The nativity set caught my beam. The figures were hand-carved with simple faces. I felt a small surge of tension in my chest again. I stepped away from the porch and walked around the side of the house. The siding looked weathered, with peeling paint and some exposed wood. I shined my flashlight on the ground near the foundation. I saw no fresh footprints, no signs of recent visitors. I circled around to the back door. It was locked as well. The handle didn't move. The windows in the back were dusty. Again, I tried peeking inside. Same story, furniture in place, but everything covered in a layer of dirt. I started feeling an odd sense of loneliness. My heartbeat felt heavier. My breaths felt short. I wasn't afraid of ghosts or anything like that. I was more uneasy about the fact that someone had cared enough to put up Christmas decorations, but then apparently never came back. I knew there could be a dozen logical explanations. Maybe the owner had to leave in a hurry. Maybe they passed away. Maybe it was left behind by someone who hoped to return. But the stillness unsettled me. I made my way to the barn next. The door was ajar, and it creaked when I touched it. Inside it was dim, so I used my flashlight. I saw old hay bales, scattered tools, a couple of wooden crates, and an empty feed trough. No animals, no footprints. I ran the flashlight across the walls. There were hooks, a few bridles, some rope. Nothing looked used recently. Dust floated in the beam of my light. I stood there for a moment, listening to my own breathing. I felt my stomach tighten. I wasn't sure why. Maybe it was the quiet. Maybe it was the realization that I was completely alone. The whole property sat here, frozen in time. The Christmas decorations on the house were the only sign that someone had been around in the past year or so. I checked my watch. It was late afternoon. The sky would start darkening soon. I decided I didn't want to be here after sundown. The cold was biting, and I had no desire to wait around in an abandoned place. On my way back to the house, I caught sight of the porch again. The wreath on the door looked even more out of place. The rocking chairs faced the empty fields. I walked up the steps one more time, shining my light over the floorboards. I thought about knocking again, but it seemed pointless. There was no reason to think anyone was inside. I felt an urge to leave. My heart beat a bit faster, and I noticed my palms were clammy. I said nothing. I just stood there, looking at the wreath. Then I realized I was rubbing my fingers together, trying to warm them. The barn smelled musty, and the porch smelled like old wood. My nose felt numb. I decided I'd had enough. I lowered my flashlight and walked toward my car. My footsteps crackled in the snow. I fought the urge to look over my shoulder. My spine tingled a bit, but I kept going. The wind was picking up again, rustling something behind me, probably those little bells. Once inside my car, I turned the heater on. My breath fogged the windshield until the air warmed. I stared at the farmhouse for a moment. It seemed smaller from here. The decorations on the porch were still visible, though. I wondered if I should call someone or report the house as abandoned, but it wasn't exactly my business. I gripped the steering wheel. My body felt stiff, and my shoulders were tense. I pulled onto the road and started driving. As I left, my eyes flicked to the rearview mirror. The shape of the farmhouse grew more distant. I felt a knot in my throat that wouldn't go away. I had this weird sense of guilt, as if I should have done something. But there was nothing to do. The decorations would keep hanging. The wind would keep blowing those bells. No one was there to take them down or replace them. About a mile down the road, I realized my hands were shaking. I slowed down, took a deep breath, and tried to calm myself. It wasn't a haunted house, and I hadn't seen anything terrible. But the silence and the Christmas display triggered a feeling of unease I couldn't shake. It was like stepping into a moment that was meant to be shared with someone else. But I was alone, and the place was vacant. I kept driving until I reached a small town. I stopped for coffee and tried to settle my nerves. My legs felt heavy when I got out of the car, and my jaw was tight. I sipped hot coffee, feeling the warmth spread through me. Then I moved on, telling myself to forget about the farm. Even so, the image of that porch stayed in my mind. The memory of those rocking chairs and the dusty wreath lingered, and my hands felt sweaty again. I pushed it away and focused on the road ahead. My breath steadied, and my heart rate slowed, but the tension in my chest took longer to fade. I told myself it was just an empty place, nothing more. Yet I couldn't let go of the thought that the Christmas spirit remained there, caught in a vacuum, with no one around to share it or explain it. Unsteady footsteps carried me toward the old monastery's exterior wall. I had been walking for hours in freezing temperatures, and I needed shelter. The sky was dull and gray, and my breath formed clouds in front of my face. The building looked large, with windows covered in frost. When I got closer, I realized those windows were dark and abandoned. I could see no lights inside, no movement, and no warmth. The gates at the front were chained, so I moved along the perimeter until I found a small side entrance. It had a rusted lock, but the door was slightly ajar. I pushed it carefully. The hinge squeaked. My heart thumped in my chest, and my stomach tightened. I didn't know if anyone was inside, but the place seemed deserted. I noticed a corridor beyond the entrance, with walls that had crumbling plaster. My boots scraped the stone floor, creating echoes. I entered quietly, one step at a time, shining the weak beam of my flashlight on the walls. Dust motes floated in the air. My nose felt cold, and my fingers were stiff. I came to a small metal gate that opened into a courtyard. I gripped the bars and saw a narrow path covered in snow, leading to a rectangular space enclosed by high walls. The door of the gate was unlocked, so I eased it open and stepped through. The snow in the courtyard reached almost to my ankles. The ground underneath felt uneven, probably from old stones or hidden roots. My breath sounded loud to me in that silent space. I glanced around. There were benches made of stone along the sides of the courtyard. They had patches of ice on them, and the seats looked frosty and slick. I saw dead plants poking through the snow. The place smelled damp, like wet stone. In the center, I noticed something that made me pause. A small makeshift Christmas tree, obviously put together with dried twigs tied with a thin red thread. It stood upright, about knee-high. It had no lights. It wasn't decorated with shiny ornaments, just small scraps of cloth, each with a little stitched symbol. I didn't know who could have made that. The monastery felt deserted, yet someone had taken time to collect these branches and tie them together. I approached slowly, feeling my chest tighten. There was a quiet tension in the air. I heard nothing but a low breeze blowing around the high walls. My boots crunched over the snow, and a chill ran up my legs. When I reached the little tree, I knelt down and examined the cloth scraps. Each piece had a different color and some sort of basic pattern or shape sewn on it. They looked hand-stitched. My eyes darted around, expecting to see footprints or signs of someone else, but the snow looked undisturbed except for the path I made. The high walls blocked out much of the wind, so the courtyard felt like a closed-off world. I touched one of the scraps of cloth. It felt stiff and cold under my gloved fingers. I glanced at the tree's base. It was wedged into a small tin can, probably filled with dirt or stones. I shined my flashlight around the courtyard again. I saw no doors leading into the inner buildings except for one, on the far side, which appeared locked. The silence was complete. I felt a shortness of breath, as if the emptiness pressed on my chest. My hands trembled slightly. I wondered if maybe a caretaker or a hermit had set this up, but I saw no footsteps or any recent signs of life. The wooden benches were covered in snow, and there were no depressions where a person might have sat. My skin prickled. I felt exposed, even though no one was around. I stood up and brushed snow off my pants. I walked slowly around the courtyard, shining my flashlight on the ground. I wanted to see if there were any hidden footprints near the walls. I found nothing. The entire space looked untouched, except for the little tree at the center. I thought about leaving immediately. The place had a strange vibe, but I also felt curious. I walked toward the locked door on the far side. It had a heavy iron handle, and it looked sealed shut. I tested it anyway, giving it a small shove. It didn't move. I set my hand on the door's surface. The wood felt icy. I pulled away quickly. My fingers stung from the cold. I glanced back at the small tree. It looked lonely in the middle of all that white snow. My heart pounded, but I couldn't explain why. I took a deep breath, then stepped toward one of the benches. I cleared a bit of snow with my hand and sat down. My pants got damp almost immediately, but I ignored it. I needed a moment to think. I sat there, scanning the courtyard walls. They rose high, and the windows above were all closed off by wooden shutters or coated with ice. I tried to recall what I knew of this monastery. I remembered hearing rumors about a place up in the hills that had once housed a small order. They supposedly left or shut down a long time ago. I wondered if a single monk remained or if a traveler had passed through, leaving behind that improvised tree. The silence made my ears ring. I noticed my own pulse pounding in my head. I got up and walked back to the tree. I focused on the scraps of fabric. Each piece looked different. One had a rough cross shape, another had what looked like a star, and one had an odd pattern of lines. They were very crudely done. The red thread that held the branches together was knotted in several places, suggesting someone did this carefully by hand. My gut clenched as I realized the scene felt intimate, like I was intruding on a private moment. I heard a faint sound, like the wind shifting along the walls. I turned my head, half expecting to see someone watching me from a window. There was nothing. I took a few slow steps toward the courtyard's perimeter. I tried the bench on the right side, pushing my foot against its edge. The stone was stable but coated with ice. I leaned in and looked behind it, just a pile of frozen leaves and a few twigs. My hands shook, and I felt a sharp tingle in my lower back. That tension grew with each passing second. I moved along the edges, checking for another exit. The walls were high, the doors locked, and the single gate leading in was the same one I'd used. There was nowhere else to go. I felt my breathing accelerate. The monastery building itself loomed beyond the wall, silent and closed off. I returned to the tree, drawn back to it even though it unsettled me. I saw the bits of cloth flutter slightly in a light breeze. I rubbed my arms through my jacket. The temperature felt like it was dropping. I crouched and looked at the base of the tin can. There were faint letters scratched into the surface, but they were impossible to decipher. Rust covered much of it, and a layer of old dirt clung to the bottom. I nudged the can gently with my glove, and the makeshift tree wobbled but didn't fall. I exhaled, realizing I was holding my breath again. I stood up and decided I'd had enough of the courtyard. A dull ache spread through my legs from kneeling in the cold. My teeth were chattering. I adjusted my scarf, making sure it covered my neck. I made my way back toward the small metal gate. Each step felt heavier, like the snow was clinging to my boots. When I stepped back into the corridor, a new rush of cold air greeted me. It smelled stale, like the inside of an unused building. I followed the corridor's curve until I reached the side entrance again. I glanced over my shoulder one more time, half expecting to see movement. Everything remained still. I stepped through the doorway and out into the open air beyond the monastery walls. The wind felt stronger outside. I closed the small door behind me, but it didn't latch fully. It stayed slightly open, just as I had found it. I felt a knot in my gut at the thought of leaving it that way, but I had no means to seal it. I pressed my hand against it, hoping the wind wouldn't force it wide open. Then I turned and walked away, my feet crunching on the snow. After a few yards, I paused and looked back at the stone structure. The monastery seemed lifeless, but the courtyard hidden inside had that small sign of someone's effort, someone's attempt at a holiday observance. My breath caught, and I realized I had a sense of guilt or sadness, but I shrugged it off. My legs ached, and I needed to keep moving. I headed downhill along a trail that barely showed through the snow. My boots slipped a couple of times on icy patches, and I steadied myself by grabbing branches. I kept glancing over my shoulder, convinced I might see a figure stepping out from that side door. No one appeared. The building's silent walls offered no explanation. I reached a flatter area where the path turned to a rough, partially frozen mud track. The wind stung my cheeks. I clenched my jaw, my eyes watering from the cold. My mind kept returning to that little dried branch tree in the courtyard. The memory stuck with me like an itch I couldn't scratch. I tried to shake it, focusing on the next steps of my route. But the presence of those cloth scraps, each with small stitched marks, lodged itself in my thoughts. It felt like I had witnessed something personal, something meant to be seen by someone else. I walked for about another hour until I found a patch of land without too much snow, where I could set up a short rest. I dropped my backpack and took out a thermos of lukewarm tea. I sipped it, feeling it slide down my throat. My breath slowed, and I flexed my fingers inside my gloves. My stomach rumbled, but I didn't feel like eating. I couldn't stop thinking about how quiet that courtyard had been. The silence was deeper than any I had experienced before. I wondered if I should have searched harder for someone in the monastery, but I decided I didn't want to risk it. The place felt wrong, like it existed outside of normal time. The fact that the front gates were chained suggested no official caretaker was around. The side gate's presence still confused me. It was unlocked, but who was going in or out? And that tree with the red thread and scraps of cloth, someone took the time to create it. Then they left it to stand in that emptiness. I finished my tea and packed up. As I started walking again, the sky darkened further. The temperature dropped. I shivered and pulled my coat tight, trying to keep the wind off my neck. Snow began drifting in small flakes, adding another layer to the thick ground cover. I forced my mind to focus on the path ahead, on the next town I hoped to reach by nightfall. But the images from the monastery courtyard kept interrupting my thoughts. The tall walls, the locked doors, the snow-covered benches, and that odd little tree. By the time I reached a more traveled road, night was falling. I saw no other travelers. Only my tracks lined the side of the route. My heartbeat steadied, but a dull tension remained in my shoulders. I felt like I had witnessed a secret. I continued forward, reminding myself that I had done nothing wrong. I merely took shelter for a few minutes in a courtyard that was open. Still, the uneasy feeling wouldn't leave me. I don't know if anyone else ever visits that monastery now. I don't know who created that Christmas tree of dried branches. But I can't forget the hush of that yard, the faint crunch of snow under my boots, and the sight of those small scraps of cloth swaying in the cold. I may never pass that way again, but the memory stays with me. It reminds me of that quiet tension I felt, the steady sound of my heartbeat echoing in the silent courtyard, and the unsettled sensation of stepping into someone else's unspoken moment. Brisk air cut through my jacket as I stepped out of my car near the mountain summit. I had chosen a narrow road that zigzagged uphill for miles. The climb felt long, and the snow along the shoulders of the road showed that winter had settled in early. My breath came out in cloudy bursts, and the chill on my cheeks felt sharp. The sign at the edge of the turnout read, "Tourist Information," pointing toward a small wooden structure about 50 yards away. A few scattered pine trees stood around, their branches heavy with snow. I could see patches of ice where the sun hadn't touched the ground for days. I rubbed my hands together and moved forward. The wind shifted, carrying a scent of damp pine and frozen earth. My boots crunched on the icy gravel. The place looked deserted. I heard no cars and saw no footprints. This building was a little cabin with fading paint, maybe once bright blue, but now dull. A small deck surrounded the entrance. I noticed a bench on one side, half buried in a bank of snow that had been shoveled aside at some point. I reached the door, which was cracked open. The hinges didn't squeak when I nudged it, so I guessed it had been opened recently enough to avoid freezing shut. I stepped inside. The interior felt drafty, like the wind managed to seep in through cracks or gaps. Posters covered the walls, each one promoting Christmas events, past fairs, old concerts, community dinners. Many showed dates that were years old, corners curled with age. A faded red banner hung above the counter announcing holiday celebration. Dust coated everything, but the layer wasn't as thick as I'd expect in a long abandoned building. I couldn't see any footprints, though, so I wondered if the dust had settled a while ago or if the wind blew away any tracks. My nose twitched from the cold air, and I let out a tense breath. At the center of the cabin, I saw a small table with a regional map pinned down by a lantern. The lantern looked old, with a glass reservoir that still held a bit of oil. A worn label on its side had peeled away. I tapped the lantern lightly with my glove, and it rocked a bit. Nearby, there was a box with leaflets. I picked one up. The front read, "Celebrate Christmas with us," and the date on it was from 3 winters ago. The paper felt brittle. I didn't see any mention of more recent events. I flipped through a couple more, finding the same references to a holiday gathering that must have happened long ago or maybe never happened at all. A single window overlooked the valley below. The glass showed streaks of dirt. There was a small pine branch resting on the windowsill, decorated with red ribbons tied in bows. The ribbons were slightly frayed. One hung lower than the others, as if it had slipped down the needles. Everything in the room felt frozen in time. My shoulders tensed, and I felt the hairs on my neck stand up. I had expected a simple tourist information stop, possibly empty, but I hadn't counted on the odd presence of these out-of-date holiday decorations. The place felt more neglected than I anticipated. I moved behind the counter. There was a stool on a metal base, its seat cracked. A stack of brochures rested in a wire rack. All of them bore images of holiday lights and community meals. My breath caught for a second. I glanced over to the door. The wind outside picked up, rattling the thin walls. I checked for any sign of recent activity, empty coffee cups, fresh footprints, or anything else that might indicate someone had been here. The only items I saw were dusty, battered promotional materials and that old lantern. There was no smell of coffee, no sign of fresh trash. The place seemed untouched. I could feel an odd tension building in my chest. My heart thudded in my ears. There was nothing overtly threatening about the cabin, but the emptiness had a strange quality. It was meant to welcome travelers, but it felt stuck in a past holiday that never ended. I stepped toward the exit, but paused when something on the side wall caught my eye. It was a small bulletin board with pinned notes and business cards. Most were old and faded, edges curling. Some announced local bed and breakfast options, a nearby Christmas tree lighting schedule, an invitation to a craft fair. The phone numbers and websites looked outdated. I traced my gloved finger over one of the tacks. It felt secure. No one had removed these notices, but no one had updated them either. My toes started to feel numb, so I stomped my boots a few times. I turned to walk out, then saw another door at the back of the cabin. It was closed, but a small sign read, "Staff Only." My curiosity rose again. I approached it and tested the knob. It turned smoothly, but the door seemed stuck at first. I gave it a little push, and the frame groaned. I put more weight into it, and it popped open with a crack of splitting ice. A blast of cold air rushed over me, as if the back room had no insulation. I shined the small flashlight from my pocket into the darkness. It was a storage area, about the size of a walk-in closet. Stacks of boxes lined the walls, each labeled with words like holiday lights, decorations, and maps. A musty smell hit me, reminding me of damp cardboard. I shifted my flashlight beam around. Some boxes were open, revealing strands of Christmas lights in a tangle. Others were sealed. I noticed an old vacuum cleaner that looked ancient. My heart thumped harder when I realized that the holiday decorations out front likely came from this room, but I didn't see any sign that someone had recently rummaged through them. I stepped in gingerly, careful not to topple anything. My breath formed small clouds in the flashlight beam. The floor creaked, and I felt a slight draft along the baseboards. My skin tingled, and a small chill ran down my spine. This place wasn't scary by definition, but it felt unnatural to find these signs of a Christmas tradition in the middle of nowhere, with no caretaker and no visitors. A small part of me wondered if maybe the caretaker had died or abandoned the property. There were no personal items, though. No coat, no bag, no notes about a new date for these events. I stood still for a moment. My breathing sounded loud in that cramped space. I decided there wasn't much else to learn in the back room. I stepped out, shutting the door behind me. I returned to the front area. The wind outside battered the cabin's walls, creating a faint rattle. I walked over to the little table with the lantern and map. My eyes fell on the map. It showed the region's trails and roads, marked with small star symbols for sightseeing spots. My finger traced the path that led up the mountain. There were notes about scenic overlooks. None mentioned a current event or any date beyond a few years ago. I tried to pick the map up, but it tore slightly at the corner, and I decided to leave it alone. A sudden gust slammed into the cabin, causing a poster to come loose from the wall. It flopped onto the floor near my feet. I crouched down, picked it up, and read the text. It invited people to a Christmas potluck at some community hall. The year printed on it was old. I put it back on the counter, then noticed my fingers were shaking a little. Maybe it was the cold. Maybe it was my nerves. I felt alone, and I didn't know if staying in this cabin was a good idea, but I also didn't want to keep driving in the gathering dusk without double-checking my route. I pulled out my phone, hoping for a signal so I could check a map application. No service. I tried moving near the window, but the result was the same. I exhaled, letting out a frustrated grunt. The only map available was the big outdated one on the table. I studied it carefully, looking for the road I had taken. I estimated that the next town was about 20 miles further along the mountain route. I could probably make it before total darkness if I left soon. I weighed my options. Staying in this cabin overnight didn't sound appealing, but driving a dark, icy road also made me uneasy. I decided to leave. Something about the place felt too still. I grabbed a couple of the old flyers, thinking maybe I'd study them later. I moved toward the door. My boots slid a bit on the rough floor, reminding me how cold it was. When I reached the threshold, I hesitated. The wind outside roared, blasting a wave of icy air against me. I stepped onto the small deck and pulled the door shut. I tried turning the handle to see if it would lock. It didn't. The cabin would remain unlocked, open to whoever stumbled onto it. I took a few steps away and turned back. The building looked so plain, except for a small wreath near the top corner of the window. I only now noticed it, probably because I hadn't looked closely from the outside before. It was made of plastic evergreen branches, speckled with dust or dirt. A small red bow hung crookedly. That image sank into my mind. I pictured a caretaker or volunteer who had tried to keep the spirit of the holidays alive here, then vanished for reasons unknown. The silence pressed in around me. My car sat where I left it, half covered in drifting snow. I got in, turned the key, and listened as the engine coughed a bit before starting. The heater roared to life. I felt a pang of relief at the warm air hitting my numb fingers. I shifted into gear and eased back onto the road. My tires crunched over a crust of old snow. Through the windshield, I saw the tourist cabin shrinking in the rearview mirror. The wind whipped at a signpost, causing it to sway slightly. I watched until the cabin dipped out of sight around a bend. As I continued downhill, a sense of lingering disquiet stayed with me. I realized I felt uneasy, not because I had seen something terrifying, but because I found a place that was meant to greet people, only it had been abandoned for too long. The holiday flyers, the worn decorations, the old lantern, they all told a story of a small effort to celebrate. I kept glancing in the mirror. The pine trees lining the road looked dense and dark, making the route feel claustrophobic. My heartbeat settled after a while, but the memory of the silent cabin stuck in my head. I turned on my headlights when the sky dimmed. The temperature gauge on my dashboard read well below freezing. I knew I should reach a larger route soon, but the miles passed slowly. The road wound through thick forest, and each turn forced me to slow. My eyes flicked to the fuel gauge. I had enough to get to a town if I didn't encounter any delays. I gripped the wheel tighter, pushing the image of the Christmas cabin out of my thoughts. I needed to focus on the drive. Still, a dull tension nagged at me. The place had been left behind with all its holiday announcements. Whoever put them up had not bothered to remove them. I thought about whether I should have taken the oil lantern, but decided it wasn't my right to do so. A faint chill lingered in my spine, as if a piece of that cabin's emptiness followed me down the mountain. I forced myself to think about practical matters, the next gas station, the next sign of civilization. My fingers felt cold, so I rubbed them in front of the heater vent. After another few miles, I saw a sign indicating a town up ahead. My shoulders relaxed a bit. The tension in my gut loosened. I pushed forward, the road smoothing out as I descended. The wind lessened, and the air smelled different, not as crisp. Houses appeared on the roadside, small at first, then more frequent. Soon, I pulled into a gas station with bright lights. I parked near a pump, exhaled, and rested my head on the steering wheel for a moment. My body felt heavy, like I had been carrying the weight of that silent cabin on my back. I stepped out to fill my tank. The cold air here felt less severe, but I still zipped up my jacket. My boots clicked on the pavement, and the neon lights hummed overhead. A single car passed on the road behind me. I heard its engine fade into the distance, and I pictured the mountain behind me, with that lonely tourist cabin perched at the top. I wondered how long it would stand like that, with its out-of-date Christmas posters and the neglected pine branch on the windowsill. I paid for the gas and got back in the car. The interior felt warmer now. I drove through the small town, noticing a few holiday lights in windows, but they looked fresh and bright, unlike the faded decorations in the cabin. I felt a small twist in my chest, comparing the living displays here with the stale ones I had just seen. I tried to shake off the thought. My main focus was finding a place to sleep. After a short drive, I found a motel and pulled into its lot. My shoulders still felt sore from tension, but at least I had left that silent building behind. In the motel room, I dropped my bag on a chair, sat on the bed, and took off my boots. My feet stung as they warmed. The quiet inside the room reminded me of that cabin. I grabbed the old flyers from my coat pocket and looked at them under the lamp. The date read 3 years ago. There was a phone number for more information. I doubted it was still in service. I placed the flyers on the bedside table, feeling a faint knot in my stomach. Then I switched off the lamp and lay back, staring at the dark ceiling, thinking about that place high on the mountain. I tried to sleep, but the image of that dusty wreath and the old holiday posters kept me awake longer than I expected. Constant drizzle of freezing rain soaked my jacket as I left my car parked by the roadside. I had driven through winding back roads for over an hour, passing empty fields and half-collapsed buildings. The sky hung low and gray, and the temperature hovered near freezing. My back ached from sitting too long, so I decided to stretch my legs. I spotted a narrow path leading away from the cracked pavement toward a set of old railroad tracks. The metal rails looked rusty and unused. A sign by the road read, "Caution, abandoned rail line." I slipped on my gloves and headed that way, stepping carefully on the wet ground. My boots sank into patches of mud and leaves as I approached the raised embankment. I saw a tunnel just ahead, a short underpass that cut beneath the old rail line. The entrance was made of stone, moss-covered and worn by weather. Water dripped from the edges, forming puddles on the ground. There was hardly any light inside, except for the faint reflection from outside. My hands felt cold. I flexed my fingers to keep the blood flowing. I didn't see any footprints, but I noticed something attached to the walls. I moved closer, shining the small flashlight I kept in my coat pocket. When the beam hit the inside of the tunnel, I paused. There were paper cutouts, shapes of stars, bells, candy canes, strung along the walls with bits of string or tape. They looked faded and old. Some had curled edges, some had water damage. A few dangled from the ceiling by short pieces of thread. I spotted a small bell, made of metal, pinned to a corner of the stone. It looked tarnished, as if it had been exposed to moisture and cold for a long time. The scene was so unexpected that I felt my heart jump. I hadn't anticipated holiday decorations in a damp, abandoned tunnel. I stepped inside cautiously, shining my flashlight around. The walls glistened with moisture, and my breath echoed in the enclosed space. The air felt colder inside. My boots splashed in shallow puddles. An occasional drip fell from the ceiling, and I heard the soft plink of water hitting stone. The decorations were scattered unevenly, as if someone had placed them with care but no pattern. Some were taped at odd angles, others hung from the top. None of the lights in there worked. I saw a couple strings of Christmas lights, but they were obviously dead. The wiring looked brittle and coated with grime. I moved further, scanning the edges. The tunnel wasn't long, maybe 20 feet from end to end, but it felt claustrophobic. My chest tightened. I told myself there was no reason to feel scared. It was just a simple underpass with some old decor. But something about the silence made my stomach knot. My flashlight revealed nothing sinister, just paper ornaments, peeling and discolored, a few random holiday trinkets, and that single metal bell. I reached out and touched one of the paper stars. It felt damp, and the surface flaked a bit under my glove. I jerked my hand away, then wiped off the bits of paper stuck to my fingers. A slight draft passed through the tunnel, stirring the loose decorations. Some fluttered as if trying to move, but were weighed down by water or age. My breath felt shallow, and I forced myself to inhale deeply. I noticed a faint smell of mildew. The walls had a layer of moss and algae near the bottom. My flashlight beam revealed small cracks in the stone. Water trickled through in places, forming thin streams along the ground. Halfway through, I saw a small arrangement of branches, maybe a bundle of pine boughs. tied together with twine. The pine needles were browned and crumbling. A few ribbons, once red or green, hung limp around them. I prodded the bundle with my foot. It shifted slightly, releasing a stale odor of decay. It might have been left there as a kind of decoration or a makeshift wreath. I stood still for a moment, my spine rigid. There was no sound of voices, no sign of human activity. Just me, the dripping water, and these neglected holiday items. I kept going. My hands shook a little, partly from the cold and partly from the tension I felt. I couldn't explain why it made me uneasy. Maybe it was the idea of someone decorating this place and then never returning. Or maybe it was the contrast between the cheery Christmas symbols and the dark, dank tunnel. I reached out and touched one of the strings of lights, lifting it carefully. The bulbs were tiny, the wires brittle. I lowered it, letting it rest against the stone wall. My heart rate stayed elevated, but I didn't hear or see anything that indicated another person was around. Near the far end, the tunnel opened onto another muddy path, leading into open farmland. I stepped out from under the stone arch and turned around to look back. The inside still glowed dimly under my flashlight's beam. I hesitated. Part of me wanted to turn around and leave, but another part wanted to examine the decorations more closely. A wave of cold wind hit my face, making me blink. I wiped my nose with the back of my glove and forced myself to walk in again, determined to check every corner. I scanned the left wall. There was a cluster of paper ornaments taped together, maybe shaped like a small wreath. The tape had mostly peeled away, but the cluster still stuck to the stone. The water dripping from the ceiling made tiny splashes. I looked at the ceiling for any sign of more lights or ornaments. I spotted a single piece of tinsel folded over a crack in the stone. It hung limply, dull and grime-streaked. My lips felt dry, and I licked them reflexively. A soft jingle startled me. I whipped the flashlight toward the noise, my pulse pounding. It was the metal bell near the wall. A small gust or maybe a shift in the air had caused it to move. It wasn't loud, just a faint tinkling, but it was enough to send a spike of adrenaline through me. My hands tightened on the flashlight. After a few seconds, the bell went still again. I clenched my jaw, feeling my shoulders knot. There was nothing else in the tunnel that could have produced that sound, so I knew it had to be the bell. I tried to calm my breathing, reminding myself it was just the wind or a mild vibration. I glanced around, taking one more look at each decoration. The paper cutouts mostly depicted holiday figures, some reindeer, some basic Santa shapes, a few stars. They all looked handmade. The lines were uneven, the color scribbled in. I wondered if children had created them, maybe for some local event. My mind raced through possibilities, but the emptiness of the place didn't give me any answers. I checked the ground for footprints. I only saw my own, fresh in the muddy spots. No older prints. My gut tightened again, and I felt a slight tremor in my legs. Deciding I'd seen enough, I walked toward the exit at the far side again. My pace quickened. My breath came faster, and I noticed my chest felt tight. I gritted my teeth, annoyed at myself for feeling uneasy in an empty tunnel with a few holiday decorations. Still, I couldn't shake the tension. Even as I left the underpass and stepped into the open air, my heartbeat stayed elevated. I turned off the flashlight and tucked it away, then looked back at the arch. The entrance gaped like a dark mouth, with the faint outline of those ornaments inside. I headed along the path that ran parallel to the tracks. My jacket rustled in the wind, and my cheeks felt colder as the breeze picked up. The ground grew muddier, and I had to watch my footing to avoid slipping. My thoughts stayed on that tunnel. My arms felt heavy, and a dull ache spread through my shoulders. I kept glancing back at the stone structure, waiting for something or someone to appear. Nothing did. It remained silent and still. Eventually, I found a spot where I could climb the slight embankment to reach the abandoned rails. They stretched off into the distance, partly buried under weeds. I looked both ways. The horizon to my right showed a line of trees, and to my left it faded into a curve. I had no reason to follow the tracks, so I started to turn back toward where I had parked. My breathing calmed a bit now that I was away from the tunnel. The drizzle still fell, making a faint hiss on the dead grass. My gloves were soaked, and my fingers ached from the cold. As I walked, I thought about the paper ornaments. They seemed to have been there for a long time. The moisture, the mold, and the peeling edges suggested more than one season of exposure. Yet no one had removed them or come to check on them. I tried to guess who might have put them there. Maybe a local family or kids who played around the old railroad. Maybe it was an attempt to cheer up a bleak spot. Whatever the case, it had been left to decay in silence. My pace quickened as I neared my car. It sat alone by the roadside, a light mist coating its windows. I felt a surge of relief at the sight of it. The day had grown darker, and the drizzle bordered on sleet. My boots squelched in the wet gravel as I approached. I unlocked the door, climbed in, and started the engine. The heater kicked on, blowing cold air at first, then gradually warming. I held my hands near the vents, rubbing them until I felt the numbness subside. I sat there for a moment, glancing in the rearview mirror at the path I had just taken. Trees blocked most of the view, so I couldn't see the tunnel from here. I thought about the single bell and the faint jingle it had made. The memory caused my shoulders to tense again. I took a slow breath and tried to shake off the tension. I reminded myself that I hadn't found anything terrifying, just an eerie set of decorations in an unexpected place. I pulled onto the road, the tires crunching softly. The drizzle turned into a light sleet, making the surface slick. I gripped the wheel carefully, scanning the area for any cars. None passed by. This stretch of road seemed as empty as the railroad. The wipers squeaked across my windshield. I accelerated, eyes flicking between the road and the rearview mirror. Part of me felt an urge to drive faster, as if to get away from that tunnel and its ornaments. After a few miles, the surroundings changed. I passed a small cluster of houses, some with lights on. My pulse settled down. Civilization felt comforting. The tightness in my chest eased. I realized my jaw was sore, and I unclenched it. My back still felt stiff, but the warmth of the heater helped. I tried to push the memory of the tunnel aside, but images of the damp paper cutouts and the silent bell lingered. My mind replayed the moment I heard that faint metallic jingle. I drove on, reaching an intersection where a sign pointed to a nearby town. I decided to head there and find a place to rest. The road smoothed out, and the streetlights became more frequent. My heartbeat slowed to a normal pace. I told myself it was just an empty railroad tunnel, and the decorations were harmless. Still, I couldn't entirely shake the unease that had crept under my skin. I kept thinking of that moment when I reached out to touch the paper star, how it felt soggy and fragile, and how the entire place seemed frozen in a state of forgotten festivity. At last, I reached the outskirts of town. I spotted a gas station and pulled in, letting the engine idle. I stared at my reflection in the rearview mirror. My face looked pale, my hair damp and stuck to my forehead. I turned off the car, stepped outside, and felt the sleet tapping lightly on my coat. The fluorescent lights overhead buzzed faintly. I could see my breath again. I closed my eyes for a second, trying to ground myself. The tension lingered, but it was fading. I told myself that tomorrow the memory would be less vivid. For now, I had to accept that I had stumbled on a small slice of someone else's Christmas tradition, left behind under an abandoned rail line, with no one around to see it or maintain it. I walked toward the convenience store attached to the station, hoping to warm up with a cup of coffee. My hands still shook a bit, but not as badly as before. I knew the image of that tunnel would stick with me, at least for a while. The damp stone walls, the soggy paper cutouts, the silent strings of lights, and that single bell that chimed once in the darkness. Piercing cold hit my cheeks the moment I stepped out of my car. I stood at the edge of a path leading toward a half-frozen lake. The snow crunched under my boots, and each breath felt sharp in my lungs. The late afternoon light cast a gray hue across the water. Thin ice spread over most of the lake's surface, but I could see pockets of dark water where the ice hadn't solidified. A broken trail of footprints showed where I had come from, yet the shore near the platform looked untouched. My thighs felt stiff from the chill, and my hands had begun to ache through my gloves. I took careful steps on the uneven ground. Small twigs snapped beneath the frozen crust of snow. The platform lay about a dozen feet ahead, jutting out over the shallow part of the lake. It was made of old wood, weathered by the elements. The posts holding it above the water looked sturdy enough, though I saw a few loose boards. I paused at the start of the platform to test its stability. It creaked but held my weight. The wind came off the lake with a bitter force, stinging my face. I noticed a single wooden chair positioned near the edge of the platform. Next to it, there was a plastic box, the kind used for storing fishing gear or supplies. The surface of both items looked clean, not covered in dust or debris. That surprised me. I would have expected dirt, or at least a light coating of frost. Instead, they seemed well maintained, as if someone had wiped them down recently. I moved closer, feeling the platform boards shift under my boots. My heart rate stayed steady, but a subtle tension built in my chest. The silence of the surroundings was complete. No birds called, no rustling of small animals in the brush, just the low whistle of wind and the creaking of the ice on the lake. I took another step and noticed a small improvised Christmas decoration on the wooden railing. Bright red ribbons had been tied around one of the support posts, and a sprig of mistletoe was secured with twine. A damp card was pinned under the twine, but the writing had bled. The ink spread in blurry lines, impossible to read. I reached out to touch the ribbons. The fabric felt damp and cold, but not stiff with ice. My stomach tensed. The fact that these decorations were here, in the middle of nowhere, suggested someone had placed them with care. I glanced behind me, half expecting to see footprints or any sign of another visitor. The snow on the shore was undisturbed, except for my own path. The hair on my arms prickled, and I swallowed hard. I couldn't explain why I felt uneasy. Nothing about the platform seemed threatening. It just felt out of place. I crouched next to the plastic box. The lid was shut but not locked. I flipped it open gently, bracing myself for what I might find. Inside, I saw a few neatly folded towels, a small fishing reel, and a can of worms that had long since dried out. There was also a thermos lying on its side, empty. Everything looked used but not filthy. I pressed my palm against the lid of the thermos. It was cold, no sign of warmth. I closed the box and looked at the chair. The chair was simple, made of wood with no cushion. The seat was dry, which puzzled me because everything else had a thin sheen of moisture. It had probably been wiped off, just like the box. I checked the underside, sliding my hand along the bottom. It felt cool and smooth. No traces of dirt or algae. My heart thudded a bit harder, and my breaths came faster. I didn't see any footprints on the platform except my own, and I didn't see any boat or fishing gear left out. The entire area was silent. I stood up and placed my hand on the railing. The boards were sturdy, but I heard a faint crackle of ice from beneath the platform. It was like a soft pop echoing under the wood. My gut twisted with an odd sense of apprehension. I realized I was scanning the surface of the lake for movement. The ice made small noises as it settled, a delicate creaking that never quite rose to a full snap. My mind began to wonder who had placed the decorations and why they weren't here now. A gust of wind whipped across the lake, making me take a step back. My eyes watered, and I blinked quickly. My gloves felt damp at the fingertips. I checked the card pinned to the mistletoe again. The handwriting was so blurred that I couldn't even make out letters, just dark smudges. The edges of the card had begun to peel. I tried to separate the layers of paper to see if the inside was clearer, but they were stuck with ice crystals. I let it go, not wanting to tear it to pieces. I pictured someone sitting on this platform, expecting a visitor or planning a quiet holiday moment. The image of a person waiting in the cold, looking out at the half-frozen water, played in my head. I wondered if they had intended to fish or simply watch the sunset on Christmas Eve. A slight shiver ran up my spine. It wasn't just the cold. It was the feeling that I had stumbled onto something private. I paced around the platform's limited space. The boards groaned under my steps, and the corners were slick with ice. I kicked a patch of ice and watched it fracture. I checked behind the chair. There was nothing else there. No personal items, no footprints, no wrappers or signs of recent meals. The environment felt vacant. My throat felt dry, and I swallowed a few times. I thought about sitting down on the chair, but the idea made me uneasy, as if I'd be intruding on someone else's spot. I walked to the edge of the platform and peered down at the water. The lake's surface was mostly frozen, with thin cracks forming small spiderweb patterns. The faint sound of ice shifting put me on edge. I felt a momentary urge to leave. My legs were sore from crouching and walking in the cold, and I wanted to get back to the warmth of my car. Still, I lingered. Something about the scene demanded I pay attention. The red ribbons flapped in the wind, and the small branch of mistletoe twisted on its twine. My breath fogged the air as I considered calling out, just to see if anyone might answer. But the silence weighed heavily. I decided it would be pointless. If the place was truly abandoned, nobody would respond. My heart pounded. I felt a dull pressure in my chest. The emptiness had a strange gravity to it, and I found myself taking one more slow lap around the platform. The wooden railing bore a few scratches, possibly from fishing gear. The corner posts had nails hammered in, where nets or lines might have been hung. Yet everything was gone, except for that single box, the chair, and the Christmas decoration. I breathed in and exhaled slowly, trying to keep calm. My cheeks burned from the wind chill. I unzipped my coat for a moment to let some air in, but quickly zipped it back up when the cold bit my skin. My mind raced through questions. Did the owner leave in a hurry? Did they plan to return? How long ago were these items left here? The platform looked stable but worn. The decorations seemed recent enough to still be intact, but that didn't mean they were placed this season. They might have survived from last year if no storms or vandals had disturbed them. Another round of ice pops under the platform made me jump. I rubbed my forehead with one gloved hand, steadying my nerves. I admitted to myself that I felt spooked by the quiet. I was used to hearing at least some wildlife, but the cold must have driven most animals elsewhere. I ran a hand along the back of the chair, checking for any sign of fresh scratches or dents. It felt smooth. I turned my attention to the plastic box once more, pressing down on the lid. It clicked shut firmly. Nothing about it suggested it had been left behind by accident. Everything was neat, almost prepared. I stepped away and stared at the items for a few moments. My gaze lingered on the card pinned to the mistletoe. The possibility that it contained a personal message gnawed at me. Maybe it was a note for a loved one or a holiday wish. Now it was just an unreadable ruin, soaked by the moisture of the lake air. My shoulders felt tense and my calves ached from standing in the cold. I glanced at the sky. The sun, if you could call it that behind the gray clouds, was dipping toward the horizon. In a matter of minutes, darkness would begin to settle. The thought of being here after nightfall sent a chill through me. I decided it was time to leave. There was nothing else to discover. My only lingering action was to capture the scene in my memory. I stared one last time at the red ribbons, the small mistletoe branch, and that smudged card. Then I turned on my heel and walked down the platform, heading back over the frosty grass. My boots slid a bit in the wet patches, and I caught my balance with a quick shuffle of my feet. My breathing felt heavier than usual. I realized my hands were trembling slightly. I clenched my fists to steady them. Once I reached my car, I stood by the door for a few seconds, looking over my shoulder. The platform remained silent, the chair angled toward the lake, the decorations fluttering. Everything else was still. My chest felt tight. I slipped into the driver's seat, turned on the engine, and blasted the heater. Warm air hit my face, and I closed my eyes for a second, letting the tension drain from my shoulders. My heart rate returned to normal after a few breaths. I pulled onto the narrow road that wound around the lake, taking it slowly. The half-frozen water stayed in view for a few more minutes, and I cast a glance at the platform each time I could see it through the trees. It never changed, never showed any sign of life. The sense of unease stuck with me, though. I recognized the simple fact that someone had expected a holiday moment there, and it never happened. Those items were the remains of that intention. I felt a subtle sadness as I drove away, thinking that the winter nights would continue to pass without anyone coming to pick up that box or read that card. After another mile, the road curved away, and the platform vanished from sight. The gloom of dusk settled over the landscape. My breath steadied, and my fingers, now warm, gripped the steering wheel more comfortably. I focused on the path ahead, but I knew I wouldn't forget what I saw. A lonely platform on a silent lake, with a chair, a box, and a set of Christmas ribbons that no one would appreciate. That memory stayed lodged in my mind, a reminder that even the most cheerful decorations can feel unsettling when there's no one around to share them. I kept driving, telling myself there was nothing else I could do about it. Relentless wind stung my cheeks as I guided my car along a narrow road covered by patches of snow. The route wasn't marked on the map I carried, and the usual GPS signal had vanished miles back. My eyes strained to see through the dim light of late afternoon. Snow whipped across the windshield, creating a haze that made it hard to distinguish the road from the surrounding fields. My hands gripped the steering wheel, knuckles stiff and sore from the cold. I knew I needed to find a place to stop, at least to collect my thoughts and decide how to proceed. After several bends, I spotted a small wooden structure by the side of the road. It looked like a bus shelter, old and unlit, just a simple three-walled cover with a thin roof. I turned onto the shoulder, stopped the car, and turned off the engine. The silence that followed left my ears ringing. I could hear the wind howling outside, rattling the branches of nearby leafless shrubs. My breath made small clouds in front of my face as I opened the door. Stepping out, I felt my boots sink into a layer of snowy slush. Each step toward the shelter crunched loudly. My thighs felt stiff, and my hands trembled from the cold despite my gloves. I hoped to see a bus schedule or some information that might help me find the main highway again. But I had little faith that a remote spot like this would offer any clarity. The wooden beams supporting the shelter looked worn. The corners had patches of ice. My breath hissed as I stepped under the roof to get out of the wind. Immediately, I noticed a small Christmas bell hanging from a hook in the center of the ceiling. It didn't sway. It looked secured by a piece of stiff wire, unable to move. Next to it, a short string of battery-powered lights drooped along one of the beams. I ran a gloved hand over them and felt they were cold, unlit, and probably dead. The battery compartment was taped shut with no sign of life. It struck me as odd to see holiday decorations here in such a forgotten place. I looked around. There was no bench, only a cardboard box in the far corner. The box was empty and damp, a few water stains spread across its sides. I set my hand on one of the wooden posts and leaned forward to peer through the open front of the shelter. The road stretched out in both directions, disappearing into the snowy dusk. No cars passed. I saw no footprints except my own, leading from my car to this spot. A slight gust of wind found its way inside, fluttering some dry leaves on the shelter floor. My face felt tight from the chill. I took a step toward the bell and reached up, lightly tapping its metal surface. It made no sound. The clapper inside seemed stuck. I tried flicking it harder, but it barely produced a dull click. It wasn't rusted, just jammed by the wire that held it in place. My shoulders tensed, and I noticed a subtle heaviness in my chest. Something about the unmoving bell gave me a sense of unease, though I couldn't explain why. It was just a decorative item, likely put there by someone who wanted to add holiday cheer. I shifted my attention to the string of lights. The bulbs were small and covered in a thin film of dirt. I fiddled with the battery pack, pressing the switch. Nothing happened. The battery was probably corroded or missing. My hand shook from the cold, so I slid the battery pack back into its taped position and stepped away. An arrangement of dried leaves painted gold sat near the corner, leaning against the wooden wall. The paint had started to flake, revealing the brown underneath. Whoever had done this must have put in some effort, but I saw no sign that these decorations had been updated or maintained. I glanced at the cardboard box. It was big enough to hold a few personal items, but it was empty. I crouched down, running my hand along the inside. The cardboard felt mushy from moisture. My nose picked up a faint smell of mildew. I stood up again and exhaled, forcing myself to breathe calmly. My breath formed small puffs in the cold air. I wondered who would bother decorating a bus stop on a deserted road. I hadn't seen another vehicle for at least half an hour. The last town I passed was small, just a few houses, and I hadn't noticed any holiday displays there. Yet here, in the middle of nothing, someone had gone through the trouble to hang a bell, set up a string of lights, and even place a gold-painted leaf arrangement. It puzzled me more than it frightened me. Still, a nagging tension spread in my shoulders. The effort felt pointless, yet strangely deliberate. I turned to look outside again. Snow kept falling steadily. The sky had grown darker, and I realized evening was close. I was tired. My eyes were heavy, and my toes were numb. For a moment, I thought about just sitting down on the shelter's floor to rest. But the floor looked damp, and the wind still slipped through the cracks. I stomped my feet to shake off the cold, then rubbed my hands together. My breath rasped in my throat. No sign indicated any bus route or schedule. A battered advertisement board hung on the side, but it was blank, with scraps of peeling paper stuck to it. I dragged my finger across it, dislodging small flakes of old glue. I couldn't help but wonder if a bus ever came here at all. I tried to picture a line of passengers waiting in the freezing air, glancing at that bell, hoping for a ride that might never arrive. The wind gusted again, sending a chill through my jacket. I fought the urge to curse at the emptiness. My teeth chattered, and my legs ached from standing. I walked to the open side of the shelter and scanned the horizon. The road faded into a blur of white. No headlights, no sign of life. My chest grew tight again, and I felt a small pulse of panic. I wanted to get back to a proper highway before the storm worsened. I took out my phone, hoping for a signal. Still nothing. I sighed and stepped back inside the shelter, glancing one more time at the bell. I reached up, fiddling with it to see if I could free the clapper. It stayed jammed, not giving even a faint jingle. It was like a silent decoration, a suggestion of Christmas that never really arrived. The string of lights hovered motionless, the gold leaves slowly losing their paint. The entire scene felt stuck in a moment that never fully happened. A sudden wave of exhaustion hit me, and I realized I needed to make a decision. Waiting here for a bus didn't seem practical, especially without a schedule. I looked again at the empty cardboard box. Nothing about the place hinted at recent activity. My fingers felt numb, so I flexed them inside my gloves, trying to stay alert. My head pounded slightly from a dull headache that had been building all day. I walked back out into the snow, heading toward my car. My body felt tense, and each step felt heavier. I glanced over my shoulder at the bus stop. The bell glimmered faintly under the fading light, but it didn't sway. The gold leaves caught a bit of grayish light from the sky. I tried to imagine who had left them there. Maybe someone believed a small holiday display could brighten a lonely spot. Or maybe they left them out of habit, year after year, even though no one came. Once inside my car, I turned the engine on. The heater kicked in with a rush of cold air that slowly turned warm. I checked my fuel gauge. I had enough gas to keep going until I found a motel, or at least a more populated area. I glanced at the bus shelter through my windshield. Snow blurred the outline. I felt a lingering sense of unease and a slight pang of sadness. The idea of a Christmas decoration in a place where no one stops or sees it felt odd. It was like a gesture of hope lost in an empty corner of the world. My hands shook on the steering wheel as I eased back onto the road. The tires slid a bit, but then caught traction. The wind buffeted the sides of the car, and the wipers brushed away accumulating flakes. My heart thumped with a steady beat, faster than usual, and I had to remind myself to breathe and focus. The bus stop disappeared behind me as I drove away, swallowed by the swirl of snow. I continued along the unmarked route, scanning for any sign of a larger road. The sky darkened further, and my headlights illuminated swirling flakes that seemed endless. My eyes felt strained, but I kept pushing forward. The car's heater made the air inside stuffy, yet it was better than freezing. My thoughts drifted to the silent bell, the dead string of lights, and the meaningless box. I couldn't shake the feeling that the decorations represented some kind of lonely attempt at holiday cheer that never reached anyone. After another 15 minutes, I noticed a faint glow on the horizon that might have been the lights of a small settlement. Relief washed over me, and my shoulders eased. I pressed the accelerator gently, hoping the road would stay clear of hazards. My breath fogged slightly on the windshield, but the defroster managed to keep things visible. Eventually, I reached a cluster of houses. A single gas station stood near the intersection, lights flickering in the canopy overhead. I pulled in, parked by one of the pumps, and rested my head against the steering wheel for a few seconds. My body trembled slightly, a release of tension. I stepped out to refuel and felt the frigid air again. But this time I had the comfort of fluorescent lights and a building nearby. As I stood there pumping gas, I thought about the bus stop once more. The image of that unmoving Christmas bell stuck in my mind. My heartbeat steadied, and I realized I was safe, but the sense of emptiness I encountered lingered in my thoughts. After paying for the fuel, I asked the station clerk about the area. He told me that the old road leads through a region where bus service was cut off years ago. That explained the deserted shelter. I nodded and thanked him. Back in my car, I cranked the heat again. My feet tingled as they warmed. The idea that someone once tried to decorate that bus stop, possibly for travelers who never came, stayed with me. I pictured passengers waiting, a bus that never arrived, and a set of holiday ornaments slowly fading in the cold. I couldn't decide if it was sad or simply futile. My eyes felt heavy, so I decided to find a motel and get some rest. Driving off, I caught a glimpse of my reflection in the rearview mirror. My face looked pale, my lips chapped. I exhaled and tried to loosen the muscles in my neck. The feeling that I had witnessed a lonely snapshot of someone's good intention remained. I let it sit in my mind as I navigated to a small motel down the street, headlights illuminating the fresh snow. Later, as I settled into a modest room and turned off the lights, the memory of that silent bell in the remote bus shelter returned. I closed my eyes, telling myself it was just an ordinary place, nothing haunted or malicious. Still, I couldn't shake the subtle tension that had settled in my chest, a quiet reminder that even holiday decorations can feel unsettling when they're placed where no one ever sees them. Dull morning light barely reached through the canopy as I walked along a narrow forest path, one that wasn't marked on any map I owned. I had stumbled onto it by chance while trying to find a shortcut back to the main road. The previous night's snowfall covered the ground, making each step sink a little deeper than I expected. My breath floated in the cold air. I paused when I noticed something odd on the lower branches of the trees. Small bells, each tied with a thin strip of green ribbon. They hung there, unmoving, almost blending in with the snowy leaves. I felt my chest tighten. The forest was quiet, and I could only hear the soft crunch of my boots. I took a closer look at the first bell I saw. It was made of metal about the size of a walnut, tarnished from exposure. The ribbon looped neatly around the branch, tight enough that the bell couldn't slip off in the wind. I tapped it with a gloved finger, and it made a faint sound, but not the clear ring I expected. It seemed damp and muted. My gut twisted with a gentle tension. I glanced around for footprints or other signs of people. Nothing showed except my own fresh tracks behind me. I moved forward, noticing that the bells appeared at irregular intervals along the trail. They were always hung on branches that were low enough for me to touch. Each bell looked similar, though some were more weathered. None of them jangled against each other because they were placed carefully apart, which explained why I hadn't heard any noise. The silence pressed on my ears, and I had the sudden urge to speak or cough just to fill the emptiness. My breath came shallow and quick. As I continued, I checked every few steps for footprints or a sign that might explain these bells. The snow on the path was soft and undisturbed. The tree trunks were tall and thick, covered in patches of lichen. The canopy above allowed only thin beams of daylight through. Sometimes, a gust of wind would stir the branches. but the bells didn't collide, staying still or only swinging a little. My arms prickled as though I was being watched, but I told myself it was just the atmosphere. My thighs started to ache from walking uphill, but I kept going, determined to see where this trail led. After about 10 minutes, I came across a small clearing. The bells continued there too, tied to branches of smaller saplings at the clearing's edge. The snow glistened in the open space. I caught my breath, feeling a chill run through my chest. The forest seemed unnaturally quiet, as if all animals had left. No birds sang, no squirrels scurried. I stood still, my boots sinking an inch into the snow. My fingertips felt cold inside my gloves. I licked my lips, realizing they were chapped from the dry air. I decided to inspect one of the bells more thoroughly. I chose one that looked slightly different. Its metal was less tarnished, and the ribbon was a brighter shade of green. I unhooked it from the branch, noticing that the ribbon had been tied with a careful double knot. The metal felt cold in my hand. It was lighter than I expected, but the surface had small dents. When I shook it gently, it produced a restrained jingle. My heartbeat thumped in my ears, and I felt a faint tremor in my legs. There was nothing threatening about a bell, yet the entire situation felt unusual. I replaced the bell on the branch, twisting the ribbon to secure it again. A few steps farther, I saw what looked like an older bell lying in the snow near the path, as if it had fallen off, or someone had discarded it. The ribbon was torn. I picked it up and turned it over. A bit of rust had formed on the inside, and a piece of the clapper was missing. I held it for a moment, trying to guess how long it had been there. My chest tightened again. This forest wasn't a popular hiking spot, and it seemed unlikely that a large group of people would come here to hang these bells. I set the broken bell on a nearby stump and moved on. A slight slope led me deeper into the woods. The bells continued, though sometimes I didn't see one for a while. Then I'd spot 2 or 3 within a short stretch. My boots slid a bit on some icy patches, and I had to catch myself by grabbing a branch. The bark felt damp and cold. A low branch brushed my hat, dislodging some snow that fell onto my shoulder. I shook it off, keeping my eyes on the ground and the surrounding trunks. My back muscles tensed at every small noise, an occasional crack of ice, the soft rustle of branches in the breeze. My mind couldn't stop thinking about who might have tied these bells and for what purpose. The path curved around a large rock formation draped in moss and snow. On the other side, the trail narrowed between 2 ancient oaks. Each oak branch at head height or lower had a bell hanging from it, almost like an arch of silent chimes. I paused, swallowing hard. The arrangement felt deliberate. I passed through, noticing how the bells stayed still, not colliding with one another. My breathing became shallow. I had the distinct feeling of intruding on something, but I couldn't name what. On the far side, the trail opened into another small clearing. This time, there was a single fallen log across the path. On that log, about a dozen bells were lined up in a row, each with a short piece of ribbon trailing off. Some had lost their ribbons entirely and just rested on the wood. My heart rate quickened, and I felt a spike of adrenaline. This arrangement looked too planned to be random. I didn't see any footprints around the log except the ones I was now making. My legs felt shaky. I stepped forward slowly, scanning the forest for movement. Nothing stirred. The air felt heavy. I considered turning around and going back, but something compelled me to see if there was more ahead. I stepped over the log, careful not to knock any bells off. My boot hit the snow on the other side with a soft crunch. I exhaled a shaky breath. My lips felt cracked, and I realized I was thirsty. I had a water bottle in my backpack, but I didn't want to stop here. I glanced up at the tree branches overhead, half expecting to see more ribbons. Instead, I saw only bare branches and a few tattered leaves. The trail continued, though it was less distinct now, winding around clusters of smaller trees. The bells were more sporadic, but still present. Each time I encountered one, it hung at the perfect height for me to notice it. I touched another bell and found it coated in frost. The metal felt gritty under my glove. My spine tingled. The quiet of the forest pressed in again. My breath sounded loud in the stillness. I finally reached a point where the bells stopped appearing. The path itself began to fade, turning into a random scatter of footprints from animals, maybe deer or rabbits. I saw no more ribbons, no more bells. My shoulders sagged with a mixture of relief and apprehension. I scanned the area, seeing only ordinary forest. My heartbeat pounded in my ears for a few moments. Then I decided I had gone far enough. Turning around, I retraced my steps. My own footprints in the fresh snow gave me a clear guide. On the way back, I passed the log with the row of bells again. They were exactly as I left them. A light wind made the ribbons flutter, but not enough to create any real sound. I glanced at them for a second, feeling a prick of tension in my chest. Then I climbed over the log and kept moving. The return trip felt more tense than before. I worried about seeing another person, but the forest remained empty. The bells on the branches didn't look any different, yet somehow they seemed less surprising this time, as if they blended into the background. I walked faster, eager to leave the area. My throat felt dry, so I paused briefly to drink from my water bottle. The cold liquid stung my mouth, but I drank until my thirst subsided. When I reached the first clearing, the sky had darkened slightly. Clouds moved in, and I feared more snow might be coming. My legs burned from the steady pace, and my fingertips felt numb again. I kept checking behind me, but I saw no movement except the occasional sway of branches in the wind. The bells never rang on their own. They just hung there, silent. Eventually, I found the spot where I initially noticed the bells. My fresh footprints led to the main trail that I had left earlier. I exhaled, relieved to see that I wasn't lost. My car was parked a couple of miles away on a gravel road. I stepped onto the main trail and left the bell-marked path behind. The tension in my shoulders lingered, and my mind replayed the images of those small metal bells tied to low branches. It took me another hour of walking to reach my car. By then the wind had picked up, and a light snow started falling again. I glanced back at the forest line, half expecting to see something or someone, but I saw nothing out of the ordinary. My heartbeat slowed, and I felt exhaustion weighing on my legs. I slid into the driver's seat, turned the key, and blasted the heater. My breath fogged the windshield until the warm air cleared it. As I drove away, I tried to shake off the unsettled feeling that the bells had left me with. They were harmless objects, yet their placement and conditions suggested a deliberate pattern. I couldn't guess who had put them there or why. I felt a slight pressure in my chest, but it eased as I got farther from the woods. My shoulders finally began to relax after about 10 minutes on the road, and I realized how tense I had been. When I reached the nearest town, the sky was fully overcast and dusk was settling in. I parked at a small diner and went inside, welcoming the warmth and the bustle of ordinary life. My nerves still felt jumpy, but the hot coffee I ordered soothed me a bit. As I sipped, I couldn't help remembering the line of bells on that log, the arch of bells on the oak branches, and the countless small ribbons tied around them. The recollection made me shiver. I tried to focus on my next move, whether I'd find a hotel or keep driving. but my mind kept wandering back to the silent bells in that lonely stretch of forest. I eventually left the diner and continued on my journey. The tension from the strange encounter lingered, but I told myself it was over. I had seen no person or creature near those decorations, only the quiet outline of trees and snow. Yet a sense of unease stayed with me for the rest of the night. Even though I knew I was safe, I couldn't erase the memory of that hush in the woods, the careful placement of each bell, and the way they never rang in the wind. Lit neon letters once spelled out the name of this small theater, but now they were missing or broken. That was the first thing I noticed when I turned onto the nearly empty street. I had been wandering around a quiet neighborhood, trying to clear my head after driving for hours. The snow had tapered off earlier in the day, leaving a thin layer of slush on the sidewalks. Each step produced a muffled squish under my boots. The cold air stung my cheeks, and the daylight was already fading. I didn't see any pedestrians or open businesses, just a row of shuttered storefronts. Then I caught sight of the theater facade, an old marquee jutting out over the sidewalk. I walked closer, drawn by the worn letters. The marquee itself was made of steel and glass, rust forming at the corners. Some of the glass panels were cracked. A few had fallen out completely. I stood there looking up at it. No lights illuminated the sign. No posters advertised current shows. It was a relic of another time. The entrance below was dark, the doors locked. I pressed my face against the glass of the front door, squinting to see inside. Shadows and shapes hinted at a narrow lobby, but there was no source of light. Backing away from the door, I noticed an old holiday decoration dangling from a piece of twine under the marquee. Paper stars hung in a cluster, some torn, some missing tips. They spun slowly in the slight breeze. My heart thumped a bit, not from fear exactly, but from a sense of strangeness. Why would someone leave Christmas stars hanging on an abandoned theater? I glanced up and down the street again, hoping to spot any sign of life. Nothing. A few streetlights flickered, not yet fully lit. The gloom of dusk settled in. I stepped onto the small patch of sidewalk in front of the entrance. The glass doors were grimy, and I could see a faint reflection of my own bundled-up figure. To the left of the doors, I spotted a framed poster behind the glass, its edges peeled and stained. I angled my head to read it. It seemed to be an advertisement for a holiday-themed play. The date was faded, but I made out that it was from several years ago. My chest tightened. The poster showed a staged Christmas scene with actors in festive outfits, smiling. Now it was wrinkled, its colors mostly washed out. I reached for the door handle, though I had no expectation that it would open. My glove slid on the cold metal. The door didn't budge. I tried knocking lightly, but the dull thud produced no echo from inside. I flicked my gaze back to the marquee. I wondered if there had once been rows of bulbs running along its edge, chasing lights that spelled out showtimes. Now, everything appeared lifeless. Stepping back, I noticed that some of the letters from the old sign lay scattered on the sidewalk, small plastic pieces, each once part of a bigger announcement. I picked one up. It felt brittle and dirty. The letter was an S, or maybe a broken G. Hard to tell. I placed it back on the ground and dusted off my glove. The tension in my shoulders grew. I was alone on this street, next to a locked theater that had no recent activity. Yet it still bore signs of a Christmas event from long ago. I walked around the side of the building, looking for any alternate entry or window that might show me a better view. The alley was narrow, bins lined up along the wall. A faint odor of decaying garbage lingered, but the bins looked unused for a while. Snow had collected at their bases. I saw a side door, but it was secured with a metal chain. No windows were low enough to peek through. I felt a prickle of unease. The cold bit into my thighs, and I realized I was shivering. I stuffed my hands into my jacket pockets and returned to the front. The marquee overhead creaked a bit in the wind. I stared at the paper stars that hung from below it. They looked homemade, cut from thick cardstock. Some stars had bits of glitter that caught the fading light, giving them a dull shimmer. A few hung by tangled strings. One had torn edges. It spun slowly, revealing a scribbled pattern. My breath fogged the air as I exhaled, and my eyes drifted to the locked doors again. The thought of stepping inside the dusty lobby, if I even could, filled me with both curiosity and a hint of dread. But I had no key, no reason to break in. A poster display case on the other side of the door caught my eye. It was empty except for a single sheet of paper taped to the interior glass. I pressed my hand against the glass to steady myself and tried to read the writing. Most of the ink had faded, and water stains blurred the text. I could only make out a few words: holiday, performance, and a partial date that might have been December 23rd. The year was illegible. My throat felt tight, and I swallowed, tasting the cold dryness. For some reason, the idea of a holiday performance that never got taken down made my heart beat faster. The wind picked up, rattling the marquee. Tiny shards of broken glass tinkled against the sidewalk. I shifted my weight. My toes felt numb, and my face stung from the chill. I considered leaving, but something kept me there, like I was waiting for an explanation. I imagined what the theater might have been like in its prime: lights flashing, a crowd gathered for a Christmas play, the box office window open for ticket sales. Now it was silent, the interior dusty, the entrance sealed, and those paper stars hung like ghosts of a holiday celebration that never left. I took a moment to look down the street. A single car passed, headlights brushing the closed shops. It didn't stop. I heard the hum of its engine fade into the distance. The rest of the buildings had their shutters pulled down, with "for sale" or "for rent" signs posted in the windows. This area seemed forgotten. I took a few steps away from the theater to get a better look at the marquee from across the street. The perspective revealed more rust, more broken panels. The letters that remained on the sign's face were unreadable. Maybe part of the word Christmas, maybe something else. I returned to the front again, standing close to the doors, trying to see if the lobby extended far. I spotted faint outlines of a ticket booth and some sort of concession stand. Dust coated the surfaces. A heavy set of inner doors probably led to the auditorium. My breath fogged the glass. I wiped it with my glove, but it didn't help much. The light outside was too dim to illuminate the interior. I tried flicking on my phone flashlight and cupping my hand around it to reduce glare. Through the reflection, I could just barely see old posters on the walls, everything tinted in a dull gray. It felt like a snapshot of a time that ended years ago. A wave of cold air struck my back, and I jolted slightly. My heart rate bumped up. I stepped away from the glass. My breath came faster, and I tried to calm myself. There was no reason to be frightened, but the emptiness and the leftover holiday decorations felt unsettling. I stared at the cluster of paper stars again. One star had a small plastic ornament dangling under it, shaped like a candy cane. The paint was chipped, the stripes barely visible. It swayed in the breeze, clicking against a second ornament shaped like a small snowflake. Curiosity gnawed at me. I pulled my phone out to see if I had any signal or data. It was weak. I thought about searching for information on the old theater. but the connection was too slow. My fingers felt stiff, and the screen was cold to the touch. I sighed and slipped the phone back into my pocket. Darkness gathered around me, the street lights slowly turning brighter in the gloom. The battered marquee was barely lit by a single street lamp a few yards away. I decided I'd lingered long enough. My body was shaking from the cold. Before leaving, I ran my finger along the door's handle one last time. A thin layer of ice crunched under my glove. I noticed how the holiday decorations overhead swung gently, reflecting small glints of the street lamp. A faint squeaking noise came from the sign as a metal bracket shifted. I stepped backward, scanning the shape of the building. The second floor, if it existed, had boarded-up windows. No sign of anyone living there. I took a few steps down the sidewalk, turning around to get one final look. The theater's marquee loomed over the entrance, silent and neglected. The cluster of paper stars formed silhouettes against the dull light. My chest felt tight with a mixture of sadness and unease. It was like stumbling onto a frozen moment in time, a holiday memory that was never properly erased or stored away. The wind tugged at the corners of my jacket, and my cheeks burned from the cold. As I continued along the street, my footsteps echoed between the silent buildings. I glanced back once more, seeing only the faint outline of the marquee receding into the dark. My heart still raced. I forced myself to breathe slowly, reminding myself it was just an abandoned theater, no immediate danger. Still, the image of those paper stars remained vivid in my mind. I thought about how the last show might have ended, the audience leaving, staff locking the doors. At some point, everyone moved on, but the decorations stayed behind, year after year. I reached my car parked a few blocks away, the only vehicle on that empty street. The headlights flicked on, revealing swirling flakes of snow that had started falling again. I got in, turned the heater up, and waited for warmth to spread. My reflection in the rearview mirror looked tired, my eyes wide. I exhaled, trying to let go of the tension. The theater was locked up, no sign of forced entry or active threat, yet it left a haunting impression. Part of me wanted to forget it, but I knew the memory would linger. Driving off, I passed boarded-up storefronts and a handful of houses with lights in the windows. My breath steadied as the heater finally blew warm air. I thought about the holiday play that never had its decorations taken down. The leftover stars, the chipped ornaments, and the old posters in the glass cases all hinted at an event that ended without a proper conclusion. That idea unsettled me more than any ghost story. It wasn't supernatural, just a slice of life abandoned in plain sight. After a few turns, I found my way back to a better-lit avenue that led out of the old district. My phone's signal improved, and I briefly considered looking up the theater's history, but I decided against it. I wanted to focus on the road. The tension in my shoulders gradually eased, and I drove toward a main highway. My heart rate settled to a more normal pace, but every so often I saw an image of that marquee in my mind, overshadowed by those forgotten Christmas stars. Later that evening, I stopped at a small motel. In the warmth of the room, I removed my coat and boots, feeling the ache in my legs from walking in the cold. The scene outside the theater replayed in my head, quiet, deserted, the swirling paper stars, the battered marquee. I lay on the bed, phone in hand, but I didn't look it up. Instead, I stared at the ceiling, listening to the distant hum of traffic on a nearby road. Despite the comfort of the heated room, I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. The memory of that silent marquee and the holiday decorations left behind lingered like an unanswered question. I closed my eyes, trying to push the image away, but it stayed, etched into my thoughts, reminding me that some places hold on to moments long after everyone else has moved on. Gray clouds hung low as I turned off the main highway onto a rough, partially paved road. I had been driving for hours, and my shoulders ached. The cold air outside pressed against the car windows. When I saw the sign advertising a trailer parking lot ahead, I hoped to find a spot to stretch my legs. The sign was faded, some letters missing. The arrow pointed down a smaller path covered in thin ice and leftover snow. I slowed the car, feeling a dull tension in my neck. My breath felt tight, and my fingers were stiff around the wheel. A few hundred yards in, the open field appeared on my left, marked by a crooked wooden post and a rusted chain across what could have been an entrance. The chain was unlocked, resting on the ground, so I nudged it aside with the front of my car. The tires crunched on frozen gravel. The area looked empty, just a wide stretch of flattened dirt and patches of dead grass. The wind pushed small gusts of snow across the ground, creating patterns that shifted every few seconds. My eyes scanned for any sign of life, trailers, cars, or people. Nothing. I felt a slight clench in my stomach, but I pulled in anyway. I parked near what looked like the center of the lot, next to a metal barrel turned on its side. There were no painted lines, no formal designations, just a few faint tire tracks leading nowhere. As soon as I stepped out of the car, the cold hit me. I inhaled sharply, my lungs protesting. My boots sank into the frozen layer of earth, making a dull crunch. I looked around, my breath visible in front of me. The silence weighed on my ears. There was no hum of traffic, no chatter, just the steady sound of wind moving across an open space. In the middle of the lot, I noticed a plastic Christmas tree. It stood on top of an old barrel that had been righted to serve as a base. The tree was small, maybe 3 feet tall, and it leaned to one side. The synthetic needles were faded, some bent out of shape. A few cheap fabric ornaments hung off the branches, threadbare and torn. I walked over, my shoulders tense. I felt uneasy, but it wasn't fear of danger, more a sense of loneliness that clung to the scene. I stopped in front of the barrel. My jacket flapped in a gust of wind. The tree had a strand of colored lights wrapped around it, but the wire was exposed in places, and I saw no sign of a power source. A couple of star-shaped ornaments had lost their tips. The others were missing paint, as if they had been battered by winter storms. I reached out to touch one of the plastic needles. It felt brittle and cold. A small clump broke off in my fingers. I let it fall to the ground, my chest tightening a bit as I realized I was disturbing something that felt strangely personal. I looked for any footprints in the slush around the barrel, but only tire tracks from what might have been a truck or SUV circled the area. The tracks were old, partially filled with snow. No recent shoe prints, no sign that anyone had been here for a while. My ears stung from the wind. I adjusted my scarf and knelt next to the barrel, trying to see if anything was stored underneath. Nothing, just cracked dirt and a few pieces of trash, a crushed soda can, a couple of plastic bottle caps, and some torn bits of paper. The place smelled of stale air and the faint odor of rusted metal. I felt my pulse quicken for no clear reason. There was no threat, but I felt the kind of tension one gets in a place that should have people but doesn't. My breath hitched. I stood up, dusted off my gloves, and surveyed the rest of the lot. It stretched at least 100 yards in each direction. Dying weeds poked through in patches. In one corner, I saw a makeshift sign on a wooden stake, possibly marking the designated area for trailers. The paint on it had peeled, leaving only a faint outline of letters. In another corner, I spotted two old picnic tables, their surfaces warped by time and weather. No vehicles, no people, just me and a plastic Christmas tree. I decided to walk to the perimeter of the lot, hoping to find an office or some structure where someone might keep the place organized. My steps crunched on the frozen ground. The cold air made me aware of each breath. My jacket felt too thin. I shoved my hands deeper into my pockets. As I circled around, I spotted a few random items left behind. A broken lantern, a cracked piece of plastic that might have been part of a cooler, an old shoe sole. Nothing gave me a clue about who had decorated that sad little tree. My neck felt sore from scanning every direction. Reaching the far edge, I saw a small ditch filled with muddy ice. It stretched along the boundary of the lot, separating it from a strip of brush beyond. A battered sign next to the ditch read, "No dumping." I looked across the brush, which extended toward a line of skeletal trees. The wind carried a faint rustling of dry branches. My mouth felt dry and I cleared my throat. Still no sign of other people. The silence made me uneasy, like I was on display for an audience I couldn't see. I turned back, heading toward the center again. The plastic tree stood out as the only vertical object besides a few signposts. A slow wave of anxiety rose in my stomach. I tried to focus on the mundane details, the color of the plastic needles, once green, now faded, the type of barrel, metal with chipped paint, possibly red a long time ago. Each detail felt oddly significant. I realized my hands were trembling slightly. I wasn't cold enough for that to be the only reason. The emptiness was getting under my skin. A thought nagged me. Why set up a Christmas tree in a trailer lot if no one ever parks here? Maybe it used to be active during holiday seasons. Maybe travelers would stop for a few days, gather around, and then move on. Now it looked abandoned, with no fresh tire tracks, no recent trash, no footprints. I felt a twinge of sadness. The sun, hidden by dense clouds, cast everything in a dull gray. I rubbed my eyes, trying to clear the dryness from them. I reached my car again and leaned against the driver's side door. My calves burned from walking on uneven ground. I looked at the tree from this angle, noticing how the top leaned precariously. The ornaments, barely clinging to the artificial branches, swung in the wind. A battered piece of tinsel hung near the top, tarnished and limp. I wondered if anyone else had stood here in the last month, or even the last year. My heart pounded a bit faster, though I couldn't explain why. The place wasn't menacing, it was just deserted. I considered driving away immediately, but a stubborn part of me wanted to see if there was any information posted somewhere. I dug through the back seat of my car and found an old flashlight. I decided to check out the barrel more closely, maybe see if something was taped to it or stuffed inside. My boots sank again into the mixture of slush and dirt. The wind carried a biting chill that made my eyes water. I circled the barrel, shining the flashlight around it. Rust covered most of the metal, and I saw old scuff marks, but nothing like a date or message. A small hole near the bottom might have once been a drain. Now it was clogged with debris. The tree's plastic base was wedged into a ring cut into the top of the barrel. Inside the ring, a few loose screws jutted out, probably meant to stabilize the trunk. I crouched, shining the light into the barrel. Empty. No notes, no hidden items, just a layer of ice at the bottom. Standing up, I clicked off the flashlight. My knees felt shaky. I looked over at my car, feeling the urge to leave. My breath came quickly, sending plumes of condensation into the air. I scanned the horizon one last time. Nothing stirred. The trailer lot remained as it was, barren, silent, hosting that lopsided Christmas tree on a rusted barrel. I felt a mild shiver in my neck, a reminder that the temperature was dropping. I walked back to the car, opened the door, and sat behind the wheel. My fingers fumbled with the keys, and I took a moment to steady my breathing. I started the engine, grateful for the immediate roar of the heater. The windows were fogged, so I turned on the defrost. The warm air hit my face, and I closed my eyes for a second, letting my shoulders relax. A dull ache lingered in my chest, though. Something about the place felt incomplete, like a story cut off before the last page. As the windshield cleared, I glanced out at the plastic tree again. It looked even smaller from inside the car. The ribbons on the ornaments fluttered in the wind. I remembered the watery shine of the battered ornaments, how the plastic needles felt under my glove, and the absence of any footprints around it. My stomach knotted. I shifted into drive, the tires crunching over packed snow. Slowly, I made my way toward the exit. My headlights illuminated the barrel for a moment, and I could see the trunk of the tree shaking in the breeze. I steered onto the small road leading out. My headlights bounced on the uneven ground. A pang of guilt surfaced, though I couldn't say why. There was nothing I could do. The decoration was obviously left behind. It wasn't my place to move it or throw it away. I watched the reflection of my brake lights on the chain as I passed. The chain lay on the ground, and I considered stopping to put it back, but I didn't. I kept moving, anxious to return to the main road and leave this silent space behind. When I reached the highway, my grip on the steering wheel relaxed a bit. The tension in my shoulders released in small increments. I accelerated, the hum of the engine and the blur of passing scenery distracting me from the emptiness I had just seen. Still, the image stuck in my mind. A lonely plastic Christmas tree in a vacant trailer lot, a symbol of a celebration that never materialized. I flipped on the radio, hoping for news or music to drown out my thoughts. Static greeted me, then faint voices. I settled on something that resembled a weather report, not really listening but letting the sound fill the car. As the miles rolled by, the memory of that small decoration lingered. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had witnessed a private moment left exposed to the elements. I told myself it was just an empty place, no mystery or threat involved. Yet the image of those ragged ornaments, dangling in the wind without an audience, stayed with me. The rest of the drive felt heavy, even though the roads were clear and the sky began to lighten with late afternoon rays. Finally, I pulled off at a rest stop. I parked, turned off the engine, and leaned back against the seat. My pulse was steady, but my chest felt tight. I tried to relax, but my mind wandered to the trailer lot. I pictured the rusted barrel, the plastic tree, and the trackless snow. I inhaled sharply and opened the door to get some fresh air. The rest stop was simple, just a small building with restrooms, a few vending machines, a couple of picnic tables. A handful of cars and trucks were parked around. The presence of other people, even if strangers, offered relief from the oppressive emptiness I had felt. I headed to one of the vending machines, bought a coffee, and sipped it carefully. The warmth seeped through the cup into my gloved hands. I realized how tense I had been. My shoulders relaxed a notch. I took a few slow breaths, letting the normalcy of a rest stop ease my nerves. People passed by, heading to their cars, talking quietly. I nodded at one or two. Nobody asked why I looked shaken. I steadied myself and finished the coffee. Eventually, I returned to my car, started the engine, and prepared to merge back onto the highway. My legs still felt stiff, but I was calmer. The trailer lot was miles behind me now. I knew I wouldn't go back. I turned onto the on-ramp, heart rate returning to normal. Still, I couldn't erase the image of that lonely tree from my mind. The recollection remained vivid. A small, plastic imitation of holiday spirit, left in a place where no one visited. The memory stuck with me, trailing in the back of my thoughts, reminding me that there are corners of the world where the usual signs of celebration become something else, a quiet marker of time passing without anyone there to acknowledge it. Storm-whipped waves pounded against the rocky shore as I climbed over a section of loose stones at dusk. The wind cut through my jacket, sending chills along my arms. My face felt raw, and my boots struggled for traction on the damp rocks. I had arrived at the far end of a coastal path marked by a worn wooden sign. Lighthouse, keep out. Despite the warning, I pushed on. The path looked abandoned, with planks missing from a rickety boardwalk. The evening light grew dim, but I could see the tall shape of a lighthouse silhouette in the distance, standing against a bruised gray sky. I forced my way forward, each step making the wooden planks groan under my feet. The wind carried a salty tang that clung to my lips. My hands tingled from gripping a small flashlight, though the beam struggled to cut through the twilight. I had come here by accident, following an old road that dead-ended near the coast. I wanted to see the shore, maybe stretch my legs. Now, I found myself facing a closed lighthouse, said to be out of service for years. My stomach tightened as I moved closer, uncertain what I might find. A short wooden tunnel led to the lighthouse door. It was more like a narrow, covered walkway with wooden walls and a simple roof. It looked weathered, with missing shingles and exposed nails. I stepped inside, relieved to be out of the direct wind for a moment. I paused to catch my breath. The space smelled damp, like rotting wood. Then I noticed Christmas decorations. They hung along the walls, small wreaths made of seashells and bits of driftwood painted white. Each wreath had small bow shapes tied from strips of fabric that looked sun-bleached. My mind went blank for a moment as I stared at these unexpected decorations. A closed lighthouse in the middle of nowhere, still decorated for the holidays. I stepped forward, shining my flashlight on one of the wreaths. Shells of different sizes had been glued together in a circular pattern. Some were chipped, and the paint had begun to flake. A few shells bore faint splotches of color, possibly red or green, though the shades had mostly washed out. The bough at the bottom of this wreath had come loose on one side, and the fabric swayed slightly in the wind that filtered through gaps in the walls. My throat felt tight, and my heart beat faster. I wasn't sure why I felt tense. There was nothing inherently frightening about seashell wreaths. Yet the stillness around me and the absence of any caretaker gave the place a strange vibe. I moved deeper into the passage. My boots clunked on damp boards, water dripping from overhead in a steady rhythm. A row of small battery-powered Christmas lights, twisted around the wooden beams, hung limp and dark. The battery pack dangled at the end of the strand, its plastic cracked and green with corrosion. I ran my finger over the wire, feeling grit on my glove. I sensed no footprints, no sign of recent activity. The place felt forgotten. The structure led to a heavy door that appeared locked. However, I wasn't trying to enter the lighthouse itself. My curiosity lay in why anyone would keep these decorations up. I flashed my light around the doorway. More shells and bits of driftwood hung from nails hammered into the wood. They formed rudimentary shapes, stars, maybe small trees. The paint peeled, revealing the natural color of the shells beneath. Some were broken, leaving sharp edges. I touched one carefully, feeling a cool, damp texture. My chest felt tight, and I rubbed my neck, trying to ease the tension. Wind whistled through a gap, and I caught a faint odor of seaweed. The ocean beyond the lighthouse loomed in the corner of my eye. A wave crashed against the rocky ledge below, sending a spray that misted the air. I heard the sound resonate against the walls. My heart pounded a little harder. I wasn't afraid of the ocean or the dark, but I felt exposed. There was no one around if I slipped or got hurt. The only sign of human presence was this inexplicable Christmas display left behind. I stepped back toward the entrance of the covered passage, shining my flashlight near the ground. The floorboards were warped, with bits of algae growing in the cracks. Salt crystals had formed a thin crust in places. I brushed my gloved hand against the wall, feeling damp wood splinters. My breath came in short bursts. I tried to slow it, telling myself there was nothing to fear. The tension in my shoulders said otherwise. I saw a narrow bench attached to one side of the walkway, almost like a pew. It held a few items: an empty can of varnish, a piece of rope, and a coil of dusty garland. I nudged the garland. It was stiff and brittle, with broken plastic leaves. My pulse quickened again. This place felt frozen in time. Someone had once decorated it, but then left, never returning to take anything down or tidy up. My gaze fell on the varnish can, thinking maybe they tried to preserve the wood. The label was mostly worn off, and the can had rust around the rim. It looked like it had been there for years. After a moment, I heard a strange scraping sound. My head jerked toward the door of the lighthouse. The noise came again. I froze, my chest pounding. I gripped my flashlight tighter, shining it at the door. It was a heavy wooden door, peeling paint, with a large iron handle. I saw no movement. My mouth went dry. The scraping repeated, but then I realized it was just the wind pushing a piece of debris against the door's base. A small strip of plastic or cloth, half stuck in a crack, flapped in the breeze. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. I felt silly, but still on edge. The enclosed space magnified every sound. I turned my flashlight to the left side, noticing some conch shells lined up on a narrow shelf. Each shell had a hole drilled at the top, as though it was once strung on something. A few were chipped. My mind pictured someone gathering shells from the beach, painting them, tying them up in a holiday pattern. The question was, who? And why keep them after the lighthouse closed? The wind intensified, rattling the boards overhead. I shivered. My jacket was damp from the constant spray of ocean mist. I blinked against the sting of salt in my eyes. I decided I had seen enough. There was nothing more to discover in this short passage. The locked door to the lighthouse offered no easy route inside. Even if I got in, I doubted I'd find answers. I pivoted, intending to head back out toward the rocks. Halfway to the exit, I paused. On the outer wall, near the entrance, I noticed a small row of conch shells fixed to the wood in a line. Each shell had a note-sized piece of paper rolled up inside. My heart thumped again. I approached slowly, shining my flashlight. The topmost shell had no paper in it, just a damp interior. The next few still held these tiny scrolls, or what remained of them. I pulled one out. The paper was discolored and fragile. I tried to unroll it carefully, but it fell apart in my hands, the text a blur of smeared ink. I checked another shell. This one had a better preserved note, though still water-stained. I managed to open it enough to see a date scrawled near the top. A day and month, but the year was unreadable. Below that, a handful of words. They might have been a short message. The ink bled too much to decipher. My chest tightened with a jolt of unease. People had left these notes, probably years ago, and no one had returned to read them. The wind moaned again, shaking the walkway. I placed the ruined note back into the shell, feeling an odd respect for whatever messages these might have been. My pulse drummed in my ears. The idea of holiday decorations in a place like this felt heavier now. I wondered if these notes were wishes, prayers, or greetings. I wiped my palms on my jacket, trying to ground myself. Then I stepped out of the passage and onto the rocky ledge. The wind hit me with full force. My eyes watered. The sky had grown darker, with the last light fading behind thick clouds. The lighthouse tower rose overhead, its lamp area dark and lifeless. The waves continued to crash against the base of the cliff. I could see faint foam patterns in the dwindling twilight. My breath formed puffs in the cold air. The tension in my shoulders hadn't let up, and now I felt a growing urge to leave quickly. I started to pick my way along the rocky path back to where I'd parked. Each step needed caution, as the stones were slick with sea spray. My thigh muscles burned from the awkward footing. Occasionally, I glanced over my shoulder. The silhouette of the lighthouse looked the same, quiet, no movement. I kept imagining that passageway with all the shells and painted driftwood. I wondered how many storms those decorations had endured. About halfway back, I slipped. My foot skidded on a patch of wet rock, and I fell to one knee. A jolt of pain shot through my leg. I grunted, regaining balance. My flashlight clattered to the ground, but it stayed lit. I grabbed it and forced myself to stand. My knee throbbed, but I didn't think anything was broken. I muttered a curse under my breath, scanning for the best route onward. The wind roared in my ears, and salt stuck to my lips. Once I reached firmer ground, the tension in my gut eased slightly. My car was parked on a gravel pull-off near some stunted trees. I saw the shape of it in the low light. I hurried over, unlocking it with shaky hands. The door handle felt cold under my fingers. I slipped inside, slamming the door behind me. The relative silence in the car felt overwhelming. My breath came in ragged bursts, and I realized my heart was pounding. I flicked on the overhead light and checked my knee. My jeans were damp and scuffed. Nothing serious, though it would bruise. I leaned back against the seat, exhaling a long breath. My body trembled, and I struggled to calm myself. The memory of the decorated walkway replayed in my mind. Shell wreaths, driftwood ornaments, the battered battery lights. I felt uneasy, not because I sensed danger, but because the scene felt too still, as if time had stopped and someone had left a holiday scene to linger for years. I cranked the engine, grateful for the heater that soon blew warm air into my face. Outside, the darkness pressed in. The ocean's roar came through the cracked window. I glanced in the rearview mirror, seeing only the silhouette of the lighthouse behind me. My stomach churned. I turned the wheel, slowly pulling out onto the rough track. My headlights illuminated the path for a few yards at a time. I drove with caution, my hands tight on the wheel, every bump and rock jostling the car. As I got closer to the main road, the tension in my chest loosened. My heart rate returned to normal, though I still felt shaken. Once I hit pavement, I pressed the gas, leaving the coastal path behind. Streetlights eventually appeared, and I relaxed a bit more. I told myself it was just an old lighthouse, long since abandoned, with a handful of leftover decorations. Still, I couldn't shake the odd pressure in my chest. The memory of seashell wreaths and driftwood bows flickered in my mind. I thought about stopping at a nearby diner to clear my head, but I decided to keep driving. The night stretched ahead, and I wanted distance between me and that silent place. I kept seeing the battered battery lights, the corroded shells, the scraps of old notes in conch shells. The sense of lingering holiday spirit felt unsettling, like stepping into a room after the party ended and everyone forgot to clean up. Eventually, I saw the glow of a town's lights ahead. My shoulders eased and my stomach unclenched. I spotted a motel sign, bright and flickering. I pulled in, parked, and let the engine idle for a moment while I collected myself. My reflection in the rearview mirror showed tired eyes and salt-crusted hair. I switched off the headlights, stepping out into the calmer air of the town. Still, the recollection of that closed lighthouse and its weather-beaten decorations clung to me, a subtle weight that reminded me some places remain stuck in time, waiting for a visitor who never comes back to finish what was started. Guarded. That was my first thought when I stepped onto that empty rural road covered in snow. The sky hung low with thick clouds, and the wind pressed against my jacket. I had been walking for most of the morning, keeping my eyes on the white banks on either side of the path. My boots left fresh prints behind me, and I could see my breath in front of my face every time I stopped. I felt tense because I had not seen another person for a long stretch. No cars passed, and I heard no engines in the distance. I had a small backpack with a water bottle, some snacks, and a folded map. I wanted to reach the next town by nightfall, but the weather report suggested more snow was on the way. I forced myself to keep moving. My legs ached a bit, but I could still manage a steady pace. My gloves were damp around the fingertips. I remember adjusting my hood, trying to keep my ears covered. The cold stung my cheeks, and the wind made my eyes water. After another few minutes of walking, I saw a wooden structure on the left side of the road. It looked like a small shed or outpost. I felt a slight relief because it was the first sign of shelter in hours. I approached it carefully, thinking it might be locked. I realized it was some kind of rural post office building. A faded sign on the side had the logo of the Postal Service, but part of the paint had peeled away. The structure seemed old, with a low roof and several icicles hanging from the edges. The windows were fogged up from the inside. I pressed my gloved hand against the door, testing if it would open. The knob was cold, but it turned without resistance. I stepped inside and closed the door behind me to keep out the wind. The first thing I noticed was the quiet. My ears still buzzed from the wind outside, but inside, the air felt stale. I saw a small corridor that opened into a single room. The floor was wooden and creaked under my weight. The only light came from a few small, weak bulbs overhead. Shelves lined the walls, filled with packages of various shapes and sizes. There was dust on everything, and I could see footprints on the wooden planks, but they looked old. I took a moment to breathe, rubbing my hands together. A Christmas wreath made of twisted branches and dull ribbons hung on the door from the inside. It swayed a little when I closed the door behind me, causing a soft rustling sound. My heart jumped for a second because the place felt abandoned, yet it still had a trace of holiday decoration. I stepped forward, scanning the shelves. Packages were stacked on every level, some wrapped in paper with Christmas patterns, red and green designs, Santa images, snowflakes. Some were torn at the edges, others untouched. I checked one package out of curiosity. I wiped the dust and saw initials instead of a clear address. Another package had a blurred label, missing the full name of the recipient. Then I picked up a small box that had a greeting card taped to it, but the card had no signature. I felt uneasy. Why would these parcels remain here for so long? I placed the box back where it was and walked around the room, trying to see if there was any sign of recent activity. The air smelled old, like wood and mold. My own footsteps echoed. I saw a small desk near the wall with a broken lamp. Next to it, I found a notebook with a worn cover. I flipped it open. There were entries in messy handwriting, some dates, remarks about shipments, and comments about weather conditions. The dates seemed years old. I did not see anything from the current season. My stomach tightened as I imagined a mail carrier who had once logged everything in this book, only to vanish without explanation. I felt a slight chill, even though the wind was blocked outside. My neck muscles tensed, and I kept glancing around, looking for any sign that someone might still be working here. The silence pressed on my ears. I coughed once, and the sound bounced off the walls. I placed the notebook back, noticing that my breath made small white clouds in front of me. It meant the room had no heating. I stomped my feet a couple of times to keep them warm. At one point, I knocked against a shelf, shifting a few packages. Some slid to the edge. Behind one of the larger boxes, I saw another object. I reached out and pulled it from the darkness. It was an old ledger, much like the notebook, but thicker. There were lists of addresses with incomplete entries. Some pages mentioned strange surnames, times for pickups, and then scribbled notes about weather forecasts for Christmas. I did not recognize any of the names. Some had question marks next to them. I felt no immediate threat, but my skin tingled. This place looked like it had been left in a hurry, or it had been frozen in time for reasons I did not understand. I wiped sweat off my forehead, realizing I was sweating despite the cold. I tried to listen for any faint hum or mechanical sound, but the building was silent. The few light bulbs continued to give off a weak glow. I saw that each shelf had layers of dust, though a few boxes in front seemed slightly cleaner, as if someone had touched them not too long ago. I crouched and peered at some of the shipping labels. Some listed addresses for houses in the surrounding areas, but the city or state names were smudged. Other labels only listed partial zip codes, with digits missing. I tried not to think about it too deeply. I told myself maybe the post office had simply shut down and never completed deliveries, leaving everything behind. But it felt odd that nobody ever claimed these packages. My breathing grew shallow. My shoulders felt stiff. I stood and looked around once more. There was no sign of a phone or radio. I wanted to step outside, but the wind was still harsh, and I thought maybe I could find something to use for warmth or directions here. I moved closer to the desk. The drawers were half open. Inside them, I found some stationery, empty envelopes, and old stamps. There were no personal effects, no photographs, no personal letters. In the bottom drawer, I discovered a small tin containing a few coins, mostly outdated currency. I also found a single key wrapped in a piece of cloth, but I did not see a lock that might match it. I left it there. I heard a light scraping sound and froze. My pulse sped up. I scanned the room. The sound came from the wind pushing against a loose window pane. I exhaled, aware that my heart was pounding. I looked at the door to see if it was still closed, and it was. The wreath on the door remained in place, shifting slightly. My hands felt clammy. I realized how tense my shoulders were, so I forced them to drop and tried to calm myself. I stepped to the center of the room again. My eyes fell on a small crate labeled Holiday Deliveries. It had a few postcards inside, each with pictures of Christmas trees and ornaments. I picked one up. The message read, "Merry Christmas from all of us," with no name. I set it aside. Another had only a short line, "Wish you were here." Nothing else. I felt an odd sensation in my chest, like a dull ache, and my mind drifted to whether people had waited for these greetings years ago and never received them. I shook my head, telling myself not to linger too long. The day was passing, and I needed to keep moving. I started toward the door, but my gaze landed on a corner shelf. The light from the bulb flickered, making me see something I had not noticed before, a small box with a sticker that read, "Return to sender." I approached it, my curiosity nagging me. The box was heavy, taped shut. I left it alone because I did not want to intrude on someone else's property. I took one final look around, convinced that nobody else was here. I noticed some footprints in the dust near the far corner. They looked similar in size to my own boots, but I could not tell how old they were. My mouth felt dry. I wanted to leave, but I also felt that sense of unresolved tension in the room. It felt like a place stuck between holidays, with packages that were never delivered. I felt a light throbbing in my temples. I coughed again, clearing my throat. I moved back to the door, trying not to glance too much at the shelves full of undelivered mail. I gripped the door handle, realizing the cold metal made my fingers stiff. As I pulled the door open, the old wreath bumped softly against the wood. I paused for a second, thinking I heard a faint rattling from somewhere behind the shelves. I held my breath, waited a moment, and heard nothing else. It might have been the building settling or the wind moving through a gap in the wall. I stepped outside into the cold air. The wind stung my face and my eyes watered again. I shut the door behind me, noting the squeak of the hinges. I felt relief leaving that silent building. At the same time, I felt unsettled. I turned to look at the wreath one last time. It swayed gently. Its dull ribbons moved in a slow rhythm. I inhaled through my nose and exhaled a long breath. My mind raced with questions about why nobody had retrieved those packages, who had decorated the door, and whether anyone ever planned to return. I began walking again, forcing my boots forward through the slush. My arms were tired from the cold, and I rubbed my shoulders. I thought about the postcards and the unlabeled presents. I remembered the old ledger with incomplete addresses and the confusing notes. My stomach churned. I hated the feeling of not knowing if someone had left in a hurry or if they had simply never come back. The image of that dust-covered shelf with the holiday-themed paper stuck in my head. I couldn't shake the sight of so many labeled gifts that never reached their recipients. After a few minutes of walking, I turned to see if the building was still visible. I could see the outline of the small structure against the gray sky. I noticed that the wreath was still swaying, even from a distance. I moved faster, wanting to put it behind me. My hands were in my pockets, and I tried to focus on the road ahead. The wind whipped around me, carrying loose snow across my boots. I had to narrow my eyes to keep going straight. My heart was beating a little faster than usual, and I felt sweat on my lower back. I picked up my pace, thinking about the time. Dusk would come soon, and I needed to find a place to stay. I reminded myself to remain calm. I could handle being alone. I told myself there was nothing dangerous in that building, just unanswered questions. But my body felt different. My muscles were tense, and my breathing was uneven. Every time I blinked, I saw images of those unopened gifts, the dust, the silent air. I trudged forward for another mile or two before I finally spotted a sign indicating a lodging house further along the road. As I walked, my mind kept returning to the swirling dust inside that deposit of undelivered mail. I tried to push the thoughts aside. I told myself it was just an old post office that had been forgotten, yet I could not shake the knot in my stomach. I reached a curve in the road and lost sight of the building behind me. My cheeks burned from the cold wind, and I could feel the numbness in my feet. I forced my focus onto my next steps. I planned to rest at the lodging house, get warm, and decide if I would continue my trip the next day. But as I walked, I couldn't stop picturing the quiet corners of that place, the strange old ledger, the packages nobody claimed, and the Christmas wreath swinging by the door. Even though I left that deposit behind, a sense of unease clung to me. I tried to ignore it by concentrating on the crunch of snow under my boots. I told myself to stay alert for cars or passing travelers, but no one appeared. I pressed on, glancing over my shoulder occasionally, half expecting to see something following me. But there was nothing. The road was empty, and the only movement came from drifting snow and my own steady footsteps heading away from that silent deposit in the frozen countryside. Unprepared. That was how I felt when I first saw the wooden lookout tower on top of the snow-covered hill. I had been walking for hours through the white forest, my backpack strapped tight, my boots sinking into the icy ground. My fingers were numb, and my breath hung in front of me. I was desperate for some rest and a place out of the wind. When I spotted the tall structure rising between the trees, I walked faster, hoping I could at least climb it and catch my breath. I reached the base of the tower and found wooden steps going up. My first step caused a loud creak. I paused, gripping the handrail. The boards felt slick from the frozen moisture. I placed my foot carefully on the next step, testing for any sign of rot or cracks. The entire structure groaned softly with each movement, as though the wind had pushed it for too many winters. My pulse quickened because I was alone out here, and if the tower collapsed, there would be no one to help me. Yet I kept climbing, step by step, because I wanted a better view of the valley and maybe a chance to see the route to the nearest village. My boots squeaked on each step, and my gloved hand slid along the railing. The cold stung my skin, even through layers of cloth. I paused to wipe some snow off the next step. My legs trembled slightly from fatigue. I had left my last campsite at dawn, hoping to find a main road before nightfall. Instead, I stumbled across this tower. The wind blew against my back, making my hood flap against my ears. I heard the wood under me protest again, but it held my weight. When I finally reached the top, I let out a breath, relieved. The platform was small, maybe 4 feet square, with a short railing around the edges. The floor felt uneven, but I could stand on it without worrying about immediate collapse. I set my backpack down. I noticed a tall, fixed binocular contraption in one corner, mounted on a rusty post. It reminded me of the tourist binoculars you might find at popular viewpoints, except this one had large patches of corrosion and a faded red ribbon tied around its upper part. The ribbon flapped in the wind, making a soft snapping sound. I tried to remove my gloves to wipe my face, but the air was too cold, and my fingers immediately began to sting. I put them back on and approached the binocular. Its metal housing had brown rust creeping along the edges. The lenses looked cloudy. There was a small coin slot on the side, but it was so corroded I doubted it worked anymore. The red ribbon caught my attention because it looked like someone had tried to decorate the binocular for Christmas. The color was dull, and the ends had frayed. I wondered who had bothered to tie it there and when. I leaned forward to peer down at the valley. A cluster of trees blanketed by white snow spread out below. I could see the faint outlines of distant roofs. I heard nothing but the wind brushing the pine branches. I exhaled a bit of tension, feeling my heartbeat settle. Then I decided to test the binocular. I lowered my face toward the eyepiece, thinking I might catch some view of the area. I expected the lenses to be fogged or useless because of the rust. When I pressed my eyes to the eyepiece, the view was distorted, but I could still see something. I adjusted my stance, trying to focus. For a moment, I saw a yard with a small decorated tree. It had lights and ornaments. I blinked, unsure if my eyes were tricking me. The tree appeared crisp and clear, as if it were only a few hundred yards away. I pulled back, confused. I looked down at the valley with my naked eyes. I saw no such tree. I only saw snow and a few bare shrubs near what looked like old fences. I leaned into the binocular again. Sure enough, the image of the tiny tree returned. It stood near a small house with a neat yard. I saw a fence around it, and I swore I saw a faint light or glow at the top of the tree. I felt my heart rate pick up again. I jerked my head away, letting out a short breath. I surveyed the valley with my own eyes. Nothing matched the scene I had glimpsed. The house I saw through the binocular was not visible with my naked eyes. There was only a white slope and some distant rooftops with no decorations. My chest tightened. I felt my mouth go dry. I checked the binocular a third time, trying to see if maybe I had angled it differently. This time, the lens showed me a different image. I could see a small wooden sled sitting in the snow. It looked old-fashioned, with metal runners. But when I scanned the valley below without the binocular, I saw only empty ground with no sled in sight. I rubbed my gloves together, unsure of what was happening. I wondered if the rust or the damaged lenses were creating illusions. I tried adjusting the focus knob, but it was stuck in place. I pressed my eye to the eyepiece again, searching for the sled. Sure enough, it was still there, resting near a fence. The wind ruffled my hood, and I glanced away, feeling uneasy. My stomach flipped. There was no sound besides the wind, no voices, no engine noise from the far-off houses. I had a short rush of panic. My breathing grew ragged, and my forehead felt tight. For a moment, I considered leaving right away, but part of me wanted to make sense of that strange view. I looked around the platform. The wooden boards were covered in thin ice. One corner had a small pile of snow that had blown in. I checked the railing to see if there were any signs of recent visitors, footprints, cigarette butts, anything. I found nothing. The only unusual item was the ribbon on the binocular. I touched it. The fabric felt brittle, and it tore a little where it was tied. I had no clue how long it had been there. I noticed my legs were trembling. I told myself it was from the cold, but I knew I was on edge. I wanted to confirm that I was not seeing things. I pressed my eyes to the binocular a final time. The image was faint, as if the lens was losing clarity. I could make out a yard with a small Christmas tree. I saw the sled again, along with a row of footprints in the snow leading away from it. Then I pulled back, scanning with my own eyes. Nothing but empty white and the outlines of distant houses, as plain as day. My breathing felt shallow. I decided I had to move on. The binocular might be broken or stuck, showing a reflection from a different angle or time. My gloves brushed against my forehead as I wiped sweat from beneath my hat. I had no desire to linger. The cold bit at my cheeks, and I realized it was getting late. The gray sky overhead suggested more snow was coming. I crouched, picked up my backpack, and slung it over my shoulder. I grabbed the railing and started down the steps. I took them slowly, fearing the boards might snap. They groaned under my weight, and the wind whistled through the gaps. Every so often, I glanced back up to see if the binocular was still visible, but the angle changed quickly as I descended. The platform came in and out of view between the steps. The squeaking of the boards sounded louder in my ears, possibly from nerves. By the time I was halfway down, my teeth were chattering. My body was tense, and I felt lightheaded. I could not stop thinking about what I saw through those lenses. I told myself it was a trick of the light. Maybe the tower was so old it had some odd reflection, or the lenses had water damage. I reached the bottom, where the tower's supports were partially buried in snow. I turned around and looked up. The red ribbon fluttered near the top, a small spot of color against the pale sky. I exhaled, trying to calm the tightness in my chest. My boots sank into the snow and I started walking away. The path wound through the trees. The pine branches swayed and clumps of snow dropped onto the ground. I heard a distant crack, probably a branch snapping under the weight of ice. I glanced over my shoulder at the tower. It stood alone, the ribbon still visible. I could not shake the feeling that the binocular had shown me something that did not exist in the present. My heart thudded in my chest. I stepped carefully to avoid slipping on hidden patches of ice. After a few minutes of trudging through the snow, I reached a slight ridge. From there, I could still see the outline of the tower through the branches. I stopped, thinking I might give the valley one last look with my own eyes. I did not see the small tree or the sled. I just saw the white expanse. My eyes watered from the cold wind. My stomach was in knots. I had an urge to run, but running on uneven terrain would be dangerous. I forced myself to breathe slowly and keep a steady pace. As I put more distance between me and the tower, I realized how quiet it was. My boots crunching in the snow were the only sound. The pine trees creaked when the wind blew. I noticed the burn in my calves. My knees felt shaky, but I kept moving, wiping away the small ice crystals that collected on my hood. There were no signs of other travelers or animals. I felt like I had walked into a place that did not belong in the present. My back hurt from tension. I kept blinking, as if that would clear away the images I had seen in the binocular. Eventually, I came across a shallow ravine. There was a narrow path along the edge, and I followed it. My breath came fast. My heart was still racing with the leftover adrenaline from the tower. The path led me around the ridge and into a section of forest with dense evergreens. The wind was softer here, shielded by the branches. I took a moment to rub my hands together and flex my fingers. Then I continued. I thought about the possibility that the binocular was stuck on some old photograph, that maybe someone had replaced the lenses with tinted glass or a static image. But that made little sense. The images I saw were too detailed, and they shifted when I adjusted my position. I brushed away the thought, not wanting to dwell on it. I focused on the present moment, stepping on the firmest patches of snow, keeping my balance, scanning ahead for a safe route. As I walked, time seemed to slow down. My footsteps felt heavy. The forest around me had no color except the green of the pines and the whiteness of the snow. My ears rang with the absence of normal forest sounds. No birds, no animals, just the hush of winter. I forced myself to set small goals, reach the next tree, find a clear path, check my bearings. Every so often I would glance behind me, certain I would see that tower looming. Usually it was hidden by trees, but I felt its presence in my mind. Eventually, the land began to slope downward, and I spotted a simpler trail that snaked through the trees. I thought this might lead to a road or a clearing. My chest felt a bit lighter. I took out a small bottle of water from my pack and swallowed a few gulps. It felt ice cold going down, but it helped with my dry mouth. I wondered if anyone else had ever looked through that binocular. Maybe the place used to be popular in warmer months, but the heavy snowfall made everything seem deserted now. I moved carefully along the trail, noticing how the temperature seemed to drop even more as the afternoon wore on. My lips felt chapped, and my legs ached. I told myself I would find shelter soon, or at least a place to set up my small tent. Then I realized I had no desire to spend another night outdoors. I wanted a roof and some warmth if possible. My mind kept drifting back to those moments at the top of the tower. I thought about the sled and the tree. My heart fluttered. The trail veered to the left around a thicket of frozen bushes. I heard the faint sound of wind whistling through them. I kept going, forcing each step forward. My footprints trailed behind me in the snow. After what felt like an hour, I noticed a break in the trees ahead. The sky looked brighter, and I hoped to find an open area, or at least a vantage point to figure out my location. My breathing was labored, and I could feel my body protesting the continued exertion. Finally, I reached a clearing. The trees parted, and I saw a wide expanse of snow leading to a lower slope. I couldn't see any houses or roads yet, but I felt some relief. At least the land was flattening out. The sun sat low in the sky, hidden behind thick gray clouds, but there was enough light to keep going for a while. I rested for a moment, leaning on a tree, catching my breath. The memory of what I had witnessed through that binocular still gnawed at me, like an itch I could not scratch. I decided not to focus on it. I had to keep moving and find somewhere safe before nightfall. I trudged on, ignoring the fatigue in my thighs, the numbness in my toes, and the chill biting my face. My mind stayed on alert, scanning the terrain, the sky, the distant shapes of whatever might lie ahead. I felt unsettled, carrying that strange moment in my thoughts, but I had no answers. Eventually, I pushed forward, determined to leave the memory of that tower behind. Yet as I made my way through the snow, my mind kept returning to the red ribbon and the images in the lens. My pulse quickened each time. I moved faster, wanting to escape the question of what I had seen. I pressed on, guided only by the fading daylight and the faint hope of a road or a cabin. I refused to look back at the hill, certain I would spot that old lookout again, waiting with its rusted binocular and a ribbon that belonged to another time. Likely. That was my first thought when I saw the little hot chocolate kiosk by the side of that deserted road. I had been walking for miles, the wind cutting through my jacket and my boots crunching on packed snow. The sky looked dull and gray, and the air smelled of oncoming frost. I was heading toward a small town marked on my map, but I had started to doubt if I would see anything other than empty fields and snowdrifts. Then I noticed the sign. It was faded, leaning against the wooden structure, barely legible. "Hot chocolate, Christmas special," it read. The paint was chipped, and the edges of the board were worn. I glanced around to see if there were cars or other signs of life. There were none. The road was straight and covered in a thin layer of ice. My breath formed clouds in front of my face every time I exhaled. I felt my pulse speed up, not from fear at first, but from surprise. Why would anyone leave a holiday-themed kiosk out here in the middle of nowhere? My legs were tired, so I decided to investigate. I stepped off the road, my boots breaking through a light crust of snow. The kiosk had a wooden counter on one side and a small overhang. I tried to peek through the serving window. It was closed but not locked. I could see small ceramic mugs on a shelf. Each had some Christmas decoration on it: snowmen, reindeer, candy canes. They were arranged in a neat row, like they had been set out recently. There was no dust on them. I found that odd because everything else in this area looked abandoned. The shelf was clean, the mugs were spotless, and the counter had no visible dirt. I walked around to the back of the kiosk. The door was closed, but I pulled on the handle gently. It didn't budge. I tried again, a bit harder, but it felt like someone had locked it from the inside. There was no sound or movement. I stood still for a moment, listening for any signs of life: a radio, footsteps, or a stove. The only noise was the wind whistling across the empty fields. My heart began to pound because the place looked ready for customers, except there were none. The kiosk had a string of Christmas lights hanging along the roofline. They were not lit, but they looked intact. I wondered if there was any electricity at all. I noticed a small power cord trailing off into the snow, leading somewhere behind the kiosk, but I couldn't see where it ended. I glanced at the old sign again. Chocolate Kente, Edition de Natal. It hinted at a seasonal event that never happened. I stepped back to the main counter area and leaned forward, trying to peer through the glass. My fingertips felt stiff from the cold, so I pulled my gloves on tighter. The interior seemed plain, just a wooden shelf, the row of mugs, and a small space on the counter for preparing drinks. I saw no traces of cocoa powder, milk, or any other ingredient. Yet there was a faint scent of chocolate in the air. It was very faint, but distinct. It made my mouth water for a second. My stomach rumbled because I hadn't eaten much that day. I knocked on the glass. It was a hollow, flat sound, and I waited. Nothing moved. My own breath sounded too loud in my ears. My cheeks felt numb, and I noticed a slight trembling in my legs from standing so long in the cold. I decided to check around the kiosk for any notes or instructions. Maybe there was a sign telling customers how to place orders. I circled the structure once more. The back area showed no footprints. The snow looked undisturbed. The kiosk had no signage other than that single board in front, which suggested a limited menu of hot chocolate. Eventually, I spotted a small wooden box near the corner of the counter. It resembled a tip jar or a money box. I lifted the lid. Empty. No coins, no bills, no receipts. The inside was smooth, with no dust. That increased my discomfort. Everything looked strangely pristine, like someone had cleaned up minutes before leaving. A wave of confusion hit me. I rubbed my arms to warm up. My breath came faster, and I felt a dull ache in my shoulders. There was no logical reason for a kiosk like this to stay in such good condition in the middle of a frozen landscape. I took off a glove and placed my bare hand on the counter. It was cold, but not covered in snow or ice. It felt like it had been wiped down. I felt goosebumps on my neck. I looked over my shoulder to see if anyone was approaching. The road stretched endlessly in both directions, lined by fields and a few bare trees. I forced a short laugh, telling myself it was nothing more than an old stand. Maybe someone forgot to pack it up. That didn't explain the lack of dust or the faint chocolate aroma. I walked around one final time, searching for a hidden latch or a sign of recent activity. I found no tire tracks or footprints. I kicked some loose snow away, revealing a patch of concrete that the kiosk rested on. There were no cigarette butts, gum wrappers, or anything else to suggest human presence. My mouth felt dry, so I took a sip from my water bottle. I thought about continuing on my way, but my curiosity wouldn't let me leave without a thorough look inside. I walked back to the front window. I tried to open it. It slid up about an inch, then jammed. I pushed a bit harder, and finally, the pane slid open with a scraping sound. I braced myself, expecting a smell of mold or stale air. Instead, I got a stronger whiff of cocoa. My stomach clenched because it made no sense. There was no pot, no thermos, no sign of any cooking gear. I climbed halfway in, leaning over the counter. My arms pressed against the cold surface. I carefully lifted myself through the opening and dropped into the kiosk. The floor was made of wooden boards. They squeaked under my boots. The air inside was slightly warmer than outside, but still cold. I could see the row of mugs more clearly now. They were arranged by color and design, some with stripes, some with small Christmas icons. I picked up one mug to examine it. It felt slightly warm. That made my heart skip a beat. My hands shook a little as I rotated the mug, searching for an explanation. It was empty, but the ceramic held a trace of heat, as if someone had poured warm liquid into it moments ago. I set it back. My breathing grew shallow. I stared at the shelf, expecting to see signs of human presence. There was nothing. No partially opened packages of cocoa mix, no open containers of milk or water. I crouched and opened a small cabinet under the counter. It was empty except for a couple of napkins with little snowflake prints. I touched them. They were crisp, not damp or discolored. I rose to my feet, glancing around at the walls. There were a few Christmas-themed stickers stuck near the window, all bright and cheerful. I heard a gust of wind outside, shaking the small structure. The lights overhead rattled a bit. That was when I felt a subtle vibration under my feet, as if something in the kiosk was humming. I stood still, listening carefully. It wasn't an electrical hum, more like a faint resonance. I couldn't pinpoint the source. Maybe it was the wind, yet it persisted for a few seconds, then faded. A rush of adrenaline made my limbs feel weak. I realized how silent everything had become. I could only hear the whooshing of my own pulse. No cars passing, no footsteps, no voices. My breath sounded loud and my eyes darted around. I noticed a small hook on the inside wall where a coat might have hung. It was empty. Next to it, there was a string of holiday lights that draped along the ceiling. I traced the cord. It ran to an outlet in the corner, but the kiosk had no visible power supply. I checked the switch. It was in the off position. I flipped it on out of curiosity, but nothing happened. My face was hot, and my hands felt clammy despite the cold. I wiped the back of my glove across my forehead. I decided I had seen enough. I was going to exit the same way I came in, climb through the window, and continue my journey. The entire place felt wrong. I stepped back toward the open window. As I did, my foot slipped on a patch of ice on the floor. I stumbled against the counter, jarring the mugs. They clinked loudly. The sound echoed in the enclosed space, and my heart pounded. I regained my balance and took a moment to steady myself. Suddenly, I smelled cocoa even more strongly. It reminded me of hot chocolate right after it's been stirred, that sweet and slightly bitter aroma. I felt my stomach twist. Where was it coming from? My eyes scanned the kiosk again. The only source of that smell could be the wood itself or some leftover residue, but I saw nothing wet or spilled. My throat tightened. I reached for the window. My fingers gripped the ledge. I climbed out, swung my legs around, and dropped back onto the roadside. My boots sank into the snow with a crunch. I stood there, breathing in the cold air, trying to clear my head. The sky looked heavier, as if more snow would fall soon. I told myself to move. I needed to put distance between me and that kiosk. It was giving me a sense of dread that I couldn't explain. I turned to leave. As I took a few steps away, I glanced over my shoulder. The kiosk looked the same as before. Quiet, small, and oddly inviting. The sign still read, "Chocolate quente, edição de Natal." I stared at it, waiting to see if the lights would flicker on or if the door would open. Nothing happened. I started walking, my legs stiff. My breath felt short. I realized my heart was still hammering. I told myself the kiosk was just an abandoned project, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it had been set up for someone who never arrived. My mind kept returning to the warmth I'd felt in that mug. It defied logic. I swallowed hard, trying to settle my nerves. My face tingled from the cold air, and my toes were getting numb. I walked for several more minutes, counting my steps to distract myself. I moved at a brisk pace, wanting to get as far from the kiosk as possible. I occasionally glanced back, but the structure grew smaller until it disappeared behind a slight rise in the road. My boots kicked up clumps of snow with each step. My ears rang with the absence of civilization. No cars, no voices, just me and the open road. My breath continued to puff in little clouds. After a while, the tension in my shoulders eased slightly. My mind wandered. I tried to make sense of what I had experienced. Maybe the kiosk had a hidden heater or a thermal plate that kept the mugs warm. Maybe the smell was trapped in the wood from repeated use, yet there had been no sign of recent visitors. The place felt frozen in time. I glanced at my watch. The day was slipping by, and the daylight would fade before long. I focused on finding a place to stay for the night. My plan was to reach the next town by sundown, but I still had miles to go. The road continued straight, lined by bleak, snow-covered fields on either side. My feet hurt, but I forced myself to keep a steady rhythm. Every so often, my mind would drift back to that kiosk. I would see the neat row of mugs in my head, the faint glimmer of Christmas lights, and that red sign reading "hot chocolate." My stomach churned. I thought about the possibility of turning around, but I quickly dismissed it. There was no reason to go back. I had no desire to step inside that kiosk again. I told myself to forget about it, to focus on the next few hours. The wind blew snow into my face. I put my head down and trudged forward, feeling the cold creep through my layers of clothing. My cheeks stung. Minutes turned to an hour, and the kiosk became a distant memory, though my pulse remained a little faster than normal. I kept scanning the horizon for any hint of a building or a gas station. I saw nothing. The sky started to darken, and snowflakes began to swirl. I clenched my jaw and took a deep breath. I had to keep going, no matter what. But the image of that kiosk stayed lodged in my mind. The smell of chocolate lingered in my nostrils. My heart thumped harder each time I replayed that moment of picking up the warm mug. I didn't have an explanation for what I saw or smelled. All I knew was that there was a kiosk out there with Christmas decorations, perfectly clean mugs, and a faint aroma of cocoa in a place where nobody lived. The memory made my skin crawl. I forced myself to shake off the feeling and push ahead. My lips were chapped, and my gloves were damp. I had no option but to continue. As I passed a small sign indicating the next town was still many miles away, I braced myself for a long, lonely walk. The thought of camping in the open crossed my mind, but I wanted real shelter. The snow fell heavier. My coat was damp at the shoulders. I trudged on, trying to ignore the chill that seeped into my bones. Yet every few steps, the memory of that kiosk pressed into my thoughts like a weight I could not lift. My breath quickened, and I refused to look back. I just kept going into the cold, determined to find warmth anywhere but that strange stand on the side of the deserted road. That was my first impression when I came across the small aerodrome tucked away in the snowy landscape. I was tired from walking through half-frozen roads all afternoon, hoping to find any sign of civilization. My map suggested a small airstrip in the area, but I never expected it to be open or maintained in this weather. I saw a short runway, almost fully covered by snow. A tall wire fence stood around it, and a narrow gate hung open, creaking in the wind. I didn't see a single airplane, nor did I hear any engines. I decided to take my chances, thinking at least I could rest inside if there was any accessible building. I approached slowly, scanning the surroundings. The cold stung my cheeks, and my boots made a crunching sound with every step. My breath formed clouds of white in front of my face. The sign by the fence just said aerodrome in faded letters. I pushed the gate, and it swung wider, squealing on rusty hinges. I stepped onto the property, noticing how quiet it was. No voices, no mechanical sounds, just the low whistle of wind across open ground. I spotted a small structure at the edge of the runway. It looked like a waiting area or an office, with a simple rectangular shape, windows that seemed foggy from the outside, and a door in the middle. A piece of tinsel hung from the edge of the roof, almost hidden by a layer of snow. I forced my legs to move faster, hoping to find shelter from the biting cold. My gloves were damp, and my fingers felt stiff. I reached the door, tried the handle, and found it wasn't locked. I walked inside. The first thing I felt was the drop in wind. The second thing I noticed was the absolute stillness of the place. The interior was chilly, only slightly warmer than outside, but at least I wasn't exposed to the raw gusts. I closed the door behind me, hearing its hinges creak. The waiting room was small, maybe enough space for a handful of travelers. There were a few metal chairs lined up against one wall, each covered in a thin layer of dust. A simple desk stood near the entrance, but there were no computers or papers on it. In the corner, I saw a small artificial Christmas tree. It had paper ornaments and a string of lights wrapped around it, but none of them were lit. I stared at the tree for a moment. It confused me because it suggested someone had tried to decorate the place for the holidays, yet everything else looked neglected. My heart began to beat a bit faster. I couldn't figure out why the aerodrome had been left like this. I ran my gloved hand over one of the chairs, leaving a streak in the dust. I lifted the glove to my face and saw the grayish residue. I felt a slight tightening in my chest, an unease about the emptiness of the space. My breath rasped in my throat because the air inside was still cold, but stale. I noticed a small bulletin board on the wall. It was mostly bare, except for a single piece of paper pinned in one corner. I walked over, leaning in to read. It was an old notice about flight schedules. The dates were from years ago, listing arrivals and departures around the Christmas season. My eyes skimmed the times. I saw mention of a special Christmas flight, but there was no further detail. I felt a tremor in my stomach. It was the same feeling you get when you realize something is off, but can't put your finger on it. I looked at the rest of the board and found nothing else. No updated schedules, no messages. I turned around and saw a door marked Staff Only. There was a small bell attached to its handle, a jingling ornament that might have been placed there for the holidays. I touched the bell lightly with a finger. It made the tiniest chime, causing a prickle of tension in the back of my neck. The building was so quiet that any small noise felt amplified. I checked the chairs again. They were lined up neatly, each at the same distance from the wall, as if waiting for passengers who never arrived. My arms felt tense, and I realized I'd been clenching my fists. My boots clicked on the linoleum floor as I walked around the waiting room, looking for signs of recent activity. I found nothing. No fresh footprints, no open coffee cups, no scattered papers. A coffee machine stood in the corner, unplugged and coated with dust. I stepped toward the front window. It was large, allowing a view of the runway. Through the glass, I saw the wind kicking up small swirls of snow. The runway itself looked uneven, covered in patches of ice, not suitable for any current landing. In the distance, I spotted an empty hangar with a door partly ajar, but it looked dark inside. I tapped the window with my finger. It felt cold and thick, maybe reinforced glass. My body started to shiver, and I realized I needed warmth. I tried to see if there was a heater or a radiator. I found an old radiator under the bulletin board, but it was stone cold, and I saw no controls nearby. I rubbed my arms, trying to generate some heat. My teeth chattered a little. The silence pressed in on me. I noticed my breathing was fast, almost panting, so I forced myself to take slower breaths. I thought about leaving, but the next town was still several miles away, and dusk was approaching. I wondered if maybe a caretaker or someone was still around. I took a few steps toward the staff-only door, hesitating. The small bell dangled from the handle. I heard my own heartbeat. I grasped the handle and pulled gently, expecting it to be locked. It gave a little, but then stuck, as if something blocked it from the other side. I didn't want to force it. The muffled sound of the bell was the only response I got. I released the handle, stepping back. My lungs felt tight. I stared at the door, half expecting someone to swing it open from the inside. Nothing happened. The wind outside picked up, causing the front door to rattle. My nerves were frayed. I needed to gather my thoughts, so I sat in one of the metal chairs, ignoring the dust. The seat felt ice cold, sending a chill through my body. I leaned forward, resting my elbows on my knees, and pressed my hands together. I shut my eyes for a second, listening for any distant noises. I heard only the wind buffeting the sides of the building. My mind wandered to the old flight notice on the board. I pictured a group of people waiting here for a special holiday flight, maybe excited for a trip or for relatives to arrive. The unlit Christmas tree in the corner reinforced that impression. My pulse throbbed in my ears, and I felt a mix of sadness and unease. Why would someone decorate a tree and then abandon it? I stood up, deciding to check the small desk near the entrance. Maybe I'd find a logbook or guest registry. The top of the desk was empty, except for a layer of dust. I tried opening the drawers. The first one was locked. The second opened but held only old maps and a pack of unopened envelopes. I flipped through the maps. They showed aerial views of the region, but the ink was faded and some corners were torn. Nothing suggested recent updates. At that point, I felt my legs getting weak from the cold, so I paced the room to stay warm. The tension in my shoulders increased. I rubbed my neck with a gloved hand. I thought about searching the hangar outside, but the idea of stepping back into the wind was unappealing. My toes were numb enough already. I walked toward the little Christmas tree in the corner. It was about 3 feet high, sitting on a small stool. Its branches were plastic, and the ornaments were made of thin paper. They looked hand-cut, with snowflake shapes and little colored dots. Some had writing in marker, but I couldn't read it clearly. The lights wrapped around the branches were connected to a cord that disappeared behind the tree. I tugged gently on it, but it wasn't plugged in. It dangled, useless. My stomach clenched at the sight of a holiday display left unfinished. I thought about rummaging around for a generator or a fuse box, but I doubted I'd find one easily. The sense of emptiness weighed on me. I tried to calm myself by thinking about practical tasks, like checking my food supply and planning my route. I realized I had enough energy bars to get me through the night, but I lacked warm shelter if I stayed here. The building wasn't heated, and the temperature would drop further after sunset. I took another look outside. The snow had picked up intensity. The runway lights, if there were any, remained dark. I stepped closer to the window and placed my hand on the glass. It was painfully cold. My breath fogged a small patch of the pain. I glanced at the fence line, still seeing no movement. I felt alone, cut off from the rest of the world. My eyes drifted to a stack of old newspapers on a small table near the chairs. They looked yellowed and crinkled. I grabbed one, scanning the front page. It was dated several years back, featuring headlines about local events. I flipped to another, noticing the date was close to Christmas of that same year. There was a big advertisement about a special Christmas flight for families, possibly a holiday attraction. Then I saw no follow-up, no mention of how it went. I felt a slight pressure behind my eyes, a headache forming. The dryness of the cold air and my growing anxiety combined to make my head pound. I put the newspaper aside and glanced at the time on my watch. Late afternoon, and I was running out of daylight. I decided I had to move on soon, or at least find a safer spot to spend the night. The aerodrome was too exposed and lacked basic warmth. Still, something nagged at me about the silence. My gut told me to leave quickly, but my curiosity held me there. I tried the staff-only door one last time, giving it a firm push. It budged maybe an inch, then struck something solid. The small bell tinkled softly, and I felt the hair on the back of my neck rise. I stepped away, feeling my pulse spike. I told myself I didn't need to see what was in there. I walked to the front door, breathing heavily. My heartbeat thudded in my chest, and my mouth felt dry. I opened the front door, letting in a burst of cold wind. It whipped around the room, stirring dust on the floor. The Christmas tree trembled slightly, one of the paper ornaments fluttering. I stepped outside onto the thin layer of snow. The contrast between the stale air inside and the biting gusts outside made me cough. I pulled my hood tighter and forced the door shut behind me. The handle gave a dull click. I turned and scanned the runway one last time. Nothing moved. The metal fence rattled in the wind, and the open gate stood as I'd left it. My feet felt numb, and I could hardly bend my fingers. I started walking toward the gate, my breath quickening. The wind stung my cheeks, and I squinted, trying to see if the storm was thickening. It was. My steps were uneven as I fought the urge to look back. But just before I exited the property, I couldn't help myself. I glanced over my shoulder at the little building. The windows were gray and still. I could make out the faint shape of the Christmas tree in the corner, behind the glass. I shivered, feeling a tightness in my stomach. My thoughts spun around the idea that someone had set up that waiting area with decorations for a flight that never happened. My legs trembled from the cold and the tension, so I turned away and resumed walking, heading toward the empty road. Each step felt heavier. I passed through the gate. The sign with aerodrome in peeling paint faded into the distance behind me. I kept moving, my boots crunching through ice and fresh snow. My heart beat faster than usual, and I fought the urge to run. There was nowhere else to go but forward, searching for any main road or building that might offer real shelter. Yet I knew the image of that silent waiting room, the dust, the tree, and the locked staff door would stay with me. My breath came out in ragged bursts, and the wind carried my footprints away behind me. I pressed on, alone with my thoughts and the growing darkness, certain that the aerodrome would remain as I left it, quiet, unheated, and waiting for a flight that would never come. Unopened. That was my first thought when I entered the basement of the rented house where I planned to spend Christmas. I had arrived earlier that afternoon, carrying my suitcase and a couple of grocery bags for the weekend. The house belonged to an older couple who rented it out seasonally. They had left a short note on the kitchen table with basic instructions: how to use the heating system, where to find extra blankets, and how to reach them if something broke. There was no mention of the basement. By the time I finished settling in upstairs, the daylight was almost gone. The heating system struggled to warm the place, and I heard the wind outside. Snow had begun falling before I arrived, and I expected a thick layer by morning. I wanted to do a quick inspection of the house, especially any potential storage areas, to make sure I understood where everything was. That was when I noticed a narrow door at the end of the hallway, painted white, with a simple brass knob. I assumed it led to the basement. I flipped the light switch nearby, but it did nothing. Maybe the bulb had burned out. I found a flashlight in one of the kitchen drawers. It worked, though the beam was weak. I approached the basement door, feeling a small jolt of unease in my stomach. I shook it off, telling myself I was just tired. I opened the door, pointed the flashlight down the wooden steps, and saw a rough concrete floor below. The air smelled stale, and my breath looked faintly visible in the dim light. The temperature down there had to be close to freezing. I tested each step, aware of the creaking sound under my boots. When I reached the bottom, I swung the flashlight around. The basement was bigger than I expected. Its walls were made of stone. In one corner, I spotted an old washing machine and dryer, both unplugged, with a few cobwebs around them. There was a single hanging bulb overhead, but no pull chain or switch that I could see. The place felt damp, though I didn't notice any leaks. I heard nothing but the faint hum of the furnace from somewhere in the upper part of the house. Then the flashlight caught something else. A piece of furniture stood against the far wall, an antique sideboard with multiple drawers. My shoulders tensed. It looked out of place, too nice for a musty basement. Its wood was dark and worn, but it had decorative carvings. On top of it, I saw several packages wrapped in Christmas paper. They were covered in dust. I hesitated for a moment. It was odd to find gifts in a basement, especially ones that looked old. I stepped forward, the beam from the flashlight bobbing as I moved. My pulse quickened, but I tried to keep calm. I stopped a foot away from the sideboard, shining the light over the packages. They varied in size, a couple of small boxes, one medium-sized rectangular parcel, and a few shapes that looked like they contained clothing or something soft. The wrapping paper was faded. The designs included snowflakes, reindeer, candy canes, and a worn "Merry Christmas" repeated in faint letters. None of the packages had been opened. No ribbons had been untied, and no tape had been peeled. They looked as if someone had left them untouched for a long time. I set the flashlight on the edge of the sideboard so I could use both hands. My breath sounded loud in my ears, and my heartbeat felt heavier than normal. I reached out and brushed some dust off the nearest package. The dust left a gray smudge on my palm. I noticed there was a gift tag on it, but the name was unreadable. The ink had smeared or faded. I tried to make out a few letters, but I couldn't. My eyes darted between the different packages, searching for any other clues. I picked up the small box. It was light, as if it contained something fragile, or perhaps nothing at all. The wrapping paper crackled under my fingers. I felt a vague sense of guilt, like I was intruding on someone else's secret. The air in the basement made my lungs burn a bit, and I realized how cold it really was down there. My shoulders ached, and I wanted to set the box down, but I couldn't help wondering why these presents remained unopened. I placed the box back. I scanned the top of the sideboard. There were no cards or letters besides the few gift tags. None of them showed clear names or addresses. I opened the top drawer of the sideboard, half expecting to find more items. Inside, I saw a stack of old wrapping paper sheets, each with Christmas designs. Some were partially used, edges cut with scissors. The rest of the drawer was empty. I slid it shut, causing a small cloud of dust to rise. I coughed quietly and wiped my mouth with the back of my hand. My flashlight flickered for a second, and I tapped it lightly. The beam steadied. I tried the next drawer. It squeaked, revealing an assortment of small ornaments, painted wooden figures, miniature stockings, and a few tangled strings of lights. Their colors were dull, and the metal parts had slight corrosion. I felt a chill race up my spine, not from the cold air, but from the atmosphere of abandonment. It was as though someone had planned a Christmas celebration and then simply vanished. I pushed the drawer closed, the squeaking sound echoing in the quiet basement. My thoughts spun with questions. Had the owners left these gifts? Did they belong to previous tenants? My chest tightened, and I realized I was biting my lip. The basement felt more oppressive by the minute. I considered opening one of the packages just to satisfy my curiosity, but that felt wrong, like I would be violating someone's personal history. The house was not mine, and I had no right to rummage through these old presents. I felt my fingers tremble slightly as I hovered over the gifts. A shiver ran across my back. The cold was getting to me. I decided to step away from the sideboard. My flashlight beam trembled on the wall as I turned. I noticed a small window near the ceiling, half covered with snow from the outside. Little shards of ice clung to the edges, letting in just a faint glow. I realized time was passing, and soon night would fully settle in. Staying down here too long felt like a mistake. The quiet pressed against my ears, and I could almost feel my heartbeat in my throat. I headed back to the stairs, breathing more rapidly. The steps groaned under my weight, and I made sure not to slip. My feet felt stiff from the cold, and my fingertips tingled. Once I reached the top, I turned off the flashlight and closed the basement door behind me. My shoulders dropped in relief. The hallway light felt comforting, and the air was noticeably warmer. I exhaled, trying to loosen the knot in my chest. I walked into the living room, where I had dropped my bags earlier. The house had a cozy fireplace, but I hadn't started a fire. I grabbed a blanket from the couch and wrapped it around my shoulders, then paced back and forth, trying to figure out what to do about those packages. My mind refused to calm down. I kept picturing the dusty wrapping paper, the unopened boxes, the faded tags with no names. Eventually, I decided there was no need to do anything. They weren't my business. The homeowners hadn't mentioned them. Maybe they had some personal reason for leaving old gifts. I forced myself to sit on the couch and turned on the television, hoping for noise and distraction. Static filled the screen until I found a weather channel. The forecast showed more snow, which I expected. I tried to focus on it, but my mind drifted back to the basement again and again. After a while, I realized I hadn't eaten. My hands were shaking, and I felt an empty gnaw in my stomach. I heated some soup on the stove, the kind that comes in a can, and waited in silence while it warmed. The wind outside had grown stronger, rattling the windows. The soup's warmth spread through my body, but it did little to soothe the unrest in my head. Night came fully, and the living room lamps cast long shadows on the walls. I considered locking the basement door, but the lock was just a simple interior knob with no key. I turned it anyway, feeling a bit foolish. My nerves were frayed, and my skin prickled with anxiety. The house was not haunted or anything. It was just old, quiet, and creaky. But those unopened gifts haunted me in a different way. They reminded me of a story left unfinished, a holiday that never happened. I decided to call it an early night. I headed to the bedroom, turning off lights as I went. The house settled with small pops and groans. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, my mind replaying the sight of the presents. I pictured them lined up, each one carefully wrapped, never delivered or opened. My chest felt tight, and I tried to breathe slowly, counting each inhale and exhale. I slept restlessly. I dreamt of the basement. In one dream, I was opening the boxes, only to find them empty. In another, I heard someone walking around down there. I woke up sweating, though the room was cold. I reached over and turned on the bedside lamp, reminding myself where I was. The wind howled outside, and the clock showed a little after 4 in the morning. My mouth felt dry. I drank some water from a bottle I kept by the bed, then lay down again. I drifted in and out of light sleep, anxious for morning. When dawn arrived, I got up and looked out the window. The snow had piled high, but the sky was relatively clear. I considered my plans for the day. Originally, I thought about exploring the nearby town, buying fresh groceries, maybe going for a walk in the woods. But the memory of those presents tugged at my mind. A part of me wanted to go back downstairs to see if I missed anything. Another part of me wanted to pretend I never saw them. I ate a quick breakfast and forced myself to get dressed. I decided to distract myself by clearing the front path of snow. I found a shovel in the mudroom and spent the next hour scraping the steps and walkway. My muscles burned from the effort, and the cold air made my ears ache, but the physical labor calmed my nerves. Once done, I stood at the edge of the property, looking out at the empty road. No cars passed by. A layer of ice glinted on the asphalt. Eventually, I stepped back inside. The house felt warmer, but the air still carried that heavy quiet. I hung my coat, stomped the snow off my boots, and peeled off my gloves. My gaze flicked to the hallway, to the basement door. I told myself not to overthink. The day was mine to use as I pleased. Maybe I would walk around the house one more time, check the pantry, see if everything else was normal. But the pull of those packages remained at the back of my mind. I decided I would not touch them again. They belonged to someone else, and the owners likely had their reasons. They hadn't told me to avoid the basement, nor had they mentioned any gifts. Maybe they forgot, or maybe they thought nobody would bother looking. I tried to believe that, yet I couldn't stop the occasional flash of images in my head. The faded snowflake paper, the scribbled gift tags, the dust. I knew it would color my experience in this house, no matter how I tried to ignore it. By midday, I realized I had gone through every room upstairs. Nothing else seemed out of place. I watched the snowfall pick up again through the living room window. The forecast predicted another storm rolling in by late afternoon. My plan was to keep the fireplace going, read a book, and wait out the weather. Every so often I caught myself glancing at the hallway, where the basement door stood closed. My heart rate ticked up each time. Evening came again, bringing darkness and more wind. The power flickered once or twice, but stayed on. I kept a candle and matches nearby just in case. I felt a lingering unease, but there was no point in worrying further. I understood that I wouldn't solve the mystery of those gifts, and maybe that was okay. My own pulse would remind me that it wasn't truly my business. The owners had made no mention of them, and I had no desire to pry deeper into their past. I turned in early, still feeling the tension in my shoulders. As I climbed into bed, I tried to focus on the warmth of the blankets. My eyelids grew heavy, and I drifted off after an hour of tossing and turning. In the middle of the night, the sound of the wind woke me. I listened for a few seconds, hearing nothing else. Just the house settling, the faint whistle around the eaves. I closed my eyes again, holding on to the faint hope that, in the morning, I would think of something else. Anything besides that basement and the unopened gifts resting on that old wooden sideboard, waiting for a Christmas that would never come. Thinkable. That was how I felt when I reached that lonely dirt road lined with leafless shrubs. I had been walking for hours, my boots crunching the frozen ground. I had not seen a car or another person in days. The sky hung heavy with clouds, threatening more snow. My breath came out in white puffs that quickly dissolved in the wind. My backpack dug into my shoulders, and my legs ached from traversing uneven terrain for so long. I kept telling myself the next town had to be close, but the endless stretches of white and gray made everything look the same. I turned a corner and found myself on a path that did not appear on my map. It was narrow and uneven, with patches of ice. The shrubs on either side stood about waist-high, brittle from the cold. At first, I did not notice anything unusual. Then my eyes caught a glimpse of color. On one of the bare branches, I saw a small wire star with scraps of red ribbon. It looked handmade and old. I stopped in my tracks. My heart sped up slightly. Why would someone bother decorating this forgotten road? I walked closer, scanning the shrub. The star was tied with a knot of twine. The wire was rusted in places, and the ribbon was faded. I reached out and touched it, finding it surprisingly solid. A gentle breeze caused the wire decoration to sway, making a soft clinking sound. I felt a small shiver that had nothing to do with the cold. The situation felt off. This area was remote, no houses in sight. I wondered if I had stumbled onto someone's property by accident. I moved forward, and soon I noticed more decorations. A few yards away, there was a wire heart with bits of green and gold thread wrapped around it. Farther down, I saw a wire bell twisted around a branch, the metal partially bent out of shape. Bits of old tape or glue clung to it, as if someone had tried to attach a small ornament. My chest tightened. The repetition of these decorations made me uneasy. They were spaced randomly, some on the left side of the road, some on the right. Their condition varied, but all of them had rust and tears in the ribbons. A few looked as if they had been mended with new pieces of wire. My breathing grew shallow. The wind picked up, whipping around my hood. I tugged the edges of my jacket tighter around my neck. Each step I took revealed more decorations. Stars, small wreath shapes, rudimentary angels made from twisted wire, and other shapes I could not identify. Some were so bent and corroded that they looked like random scraps of metal. Yet they were unmistakably placed with care, each attached securely to the branches. I found no footprints or tire tracks. The snow on the road remained undisturbed except for my own prints. I kept glancing around, expecting to see a house or shed where the maker might store supplies. I found nothing. The silence pressed in on me, broken only by the crunch of ice under my boots and the faint rustling of the wind. A dull ache formed in my temples, and I realized I was clenching my jaw. I tried to stay calm, reminding myself that some local resident might have a tradition of decorating the roadside for Christmas, then never bothered to remove them. But no matter how I tried to rationalize it, the whole scene felt strange. I paused by a larger decoration shaped like a crude snowman outline. It was about 2 feet tall, twisted wire with bits of cotton batting stuffed in the center. The batting had turned gray with age and exposure. I leaned in, noticing that the edges were scorched slightly, as if someone had tried to burn away the cotton or it had come into contact with a flame. My stomach flipped. I stepped back quickly, my heartbeat pulsing in my neck. A sour taste rose in my mouth. I forced myself to breathe evenly. The path bent to the right, and I hoped it would lead me back to a main road. I did not like being surrounded by these odd, homemade ornaments. Each one seemed to whisper a story, but there was no explanation. The further I walked, the more I realized there were no signs of recent human activity. The shrubs themselves looked half dead, dried branches snapping in the cold. No footprints, no fresh car tracks, nothing. After a while, the wind died down. The quiet made my ears ring. I heard my own breathing and my heartbeat. My thoughts raced with questions I couldn't answer. I considered turning around, but I had come too far, and I didn't want to backtrack for hours. The path might eventually join a road, or at least lead me to a farm. I glanced at my watch, late afternoon. The daylight would not last much longer. I had to keep moving. I tried to focus on practical steps, check my water, keep track of the time, look for potential shelter in case it got dark. Yet my eyes kept wandering to the wire decorations. Some had ribbons that fluttered lightly. Others had bits of cloth sewn on. I saw a few that had small scribbles or letters written in marker, though I could not read them. My spine tingled each time I caught a flash of color. I felt a steady pressure in my chest. I pressed on. At one point, I heard a sound behind me, like a branch snapping. My pulse jolted. I spun around, scanning the road. No movement. The shrubs stood still, except for one wire star clinking in the breeze. My hands shook. I forced myself to keep going, telling myself it was just the wind or maybe a piece of ice sliding off a branch. The decorations continued for what felt like an hour. The number of them decreased, but they still appeared at random intervals. The road started to climb slightly, and I saw a bend up ahead where the bushes seemed to end. My heart lifted a little, thinking maybe I was approaching the end of this bizarre display. The sky had darkened, and a faint drizzle of snow began to fall. I quickened my pace, ignoring the burn in my thighs. When I finally reached the bend, I saw that the road continued downhill, disappearing into a small patch of evergreen trees. I paused to catch my breath, checking my watch again. I had maybe an hour of decent light left. I scanned the area, relieved to see fewer shrubs. That meant fewer ornaments. I took a moment to drink from my water bottle. My throat felt tight, and my lips were chapped. The cold air stung my face. Something moved at the edge of my vision. I tensed, my heart hammering. I realized it was just a piece of torn ribbon swaying from a small wire figure. This one looked like a bell or a Christmas bauble. It had a piece of green fabric tied around it, shredded at one end. The wind had caught it, making it wave. I exhaled slowly, letting the tension out of my shoulders. My mouth felt dry. I screwed the cap back onto my water bottle and started walking again, determined to leave this road behind. As I descended the small hill, the decorations became sparser. The shrubs gave way to taller bushes, but they lacked the wire ornaments. The snow fell harder, and I had to shield my face with one hand. My boots slipped a couple of times on icy patches, forcing me to slow down. My body was tired, but the thought of shelter or a real road ahead kept me moving. Occasionally I glanced back, half expecting to see someone appear at the bend, but there was nothing. Finally, I reached a point where the path widened. I saw fresh tire tracks in the slush, and my spirits soared. The tracks indicated a vehicle had passed by recently, though I had no idea which direction it went. I also spotted a small wooden post with a battered sign, the text peeled away by weather. It suggested a junction, maybe. I followed the sign's direction, hoping to find a larger road. The memory of those wire decorations stayed with me, each shape stuck in my mind like a question without an answer. I shuddered every time I recalled the twisted figures or the rusted bells. I walked for another half hour, and the land finally opened up into a broad clearing. In the distance, I saw a farmhouse with lights on. The sight of it brought a surge of relief. I adjusted my backpack straps and made my way in that direction. The falling snow blurred the lines of the horizon, but the warm glow ahead gave me hope. My legs were shaky from exhaustion, but my heart felt lighter. At least I had escaped that eerie stretch of road. When I reached the farmhouse, I found a small stable, a parked truck, and signs of recent activity. Footprints, stacked firewood. I knocked on the door, and a man answered. He looked surprised, but not unfriendly. I asked if this was the way to the nearest town. He gave me directions and offered me a cup of hot tea. I noticed how steady my voice sounded, even though I still felt unsettled. My body trembled with leftover adrenaline. I did not mention the decorations right away, but my curiosity nagged at me. After warming my hands on the mug of tea, I asked him if he knew anything about someone hanging wire ornaments along the dirt path. His face went blank. He shook his head, saying he hadn't been down that old route in a long time, especially not during the winter. He seemed uneasy when I brought it up, but he didn't elaborate. I decided not to press. I thanked him for the tea, stored his directions in my memory, and prepared to leave. Before heading out, I took a moment to step outside and breathe the fresh air. The snow had eased, and I could see the faint outline of the distant hills. My mind drifted back to that road, to the wire hearts and stars. My stomach knotted. Part of me wanted an explanation, but I understood that I might never get one. I had stumbled onto something left behind by people I would never meet. The man at the farmhouse either did not know or did not want to share. In any case, I had a clearer path forward now, and I needed to keep moving to reach town before dark. I thanked the farmer again and set out, following his instructions to the next junction that would lead me to a paved road. My steps felt lighter with each yard I put between myself and that unsettling place. The temperature still bit at my skin, and the wind still whipped at my clothes, but my chest felt less tight. Every so often I looked over my shoulder, expecting to see another twisted wire shape in a tree or hanging from a fence. But the landscape here was just open fields and the occasional stray bush. Eventually, the sun dipped below the horizon, and I found the main road just as darkness settled. I spotted a lone car passing. Its headlights cut through the dusk, and it gave me a sense of reassurance. I stood by the roadside for a moment, collecting my breath, my body tired, but my mind calmer. I knew the memory of that lonely path would stay with me for a long time. Those wire ornaments, rusted and worn, served no obvious purpose but to remind anyone passing that someone once cared enough to decorate an empty road. Whether they did it for a holiday or for their own reasons, it felt like a lingering echo in that frozen landscape. I hoisted my backpack, started walking along the main road, and promised myself I would not dwell on it too much. The night was cold, and I needed a place to stay. My only comfort was the thought of reaching a warm bed in a nearby town. Still, the image of twisted wire stars and bells flickered in the back of my mind, a silent question without a clear answer. I pushed forward, watching my breath vanish in the wintry air, determined to leave those strange decorations behind me on that isolated stretch of dirt road. That was my first feeling when I turned onto the narrow country road and saw a house with boarded windows and no sign of life. The sky was dull gray, threatening more snow. My feet were tired from walking on uneven ice, and my cheeks stung from the cold wind. I glanced at my phone, which showed no signal. I had hoped to find some lodging before dark, but this place looked abandoned. Still, I had to check if anyone lived there or if there was a spare room to rent. My map suggested there might be other homes farther up the road, but I had not passed any houses in quite some time. I pushed forward, feeling the crunch of frost under my boots. The long driveway leading to the house was partially covered in snow, and I saw no footprints or tire marks. The air felt heavier the closer I got. My heart pounded a little harder, and I told myself it was just nerves from being out here alone. As I approached, I noticed the front porch, an old-fashioned structure with a sloping roof and a few wooden steps. My breath caught in my throat when I spotted 3 Christmas stockings hanging from the porch's overhang. 1 green, 1 red, and 1 blue. They looked clean, almost new, yet the rest of the property seemed neglected. The contrast sent a chill down my spine. I paused at the bottom of the steps, scanning my surroundings. The windows were shuttered or covered from the inside. No curtains, no lights, no smoke from the chimney. The door looked solid, with a heavy lock. Snow had piled up around the foundation, forming small drifts against the porch rails. My breath came in short bursts, the cold air piercing my lungs. I asked myself why anyone would hang stockings if they weren't planning on staying. The stockings swayed gently in the wind, making a soft flapping sound. The porch boards creaked under my boots when I climbed the first step. My shoulders tensed. I stood there, uncertain whether to knock or call out. The house appeared empty, but the stockings suggested otherwise. I reached out and touched the green one. It felt like normal fabric, cool to the touch, slightly stiff from the cold. I pressed on it, confirming it was empty. It swung back and forth, stirring a faint odor of musty air. My heartbeat thudded in my ears, and I cleared my throat. "Hello?" I said, my voice echoing in the silent yard. No answer. I tried again, louder. Nothing. I reached the front door and tried the knob. Locked. The handle did not budge. I tapped on it with my gloved hand, producing a hollow sound. I called out once more. Silence pressed against my ears, making me uncomfortably aware of my own breathing. I felt an urge to leave, but curiosity held me there. I moved to the nearest window, straining to see through a gap in the shutters. I saw only darkness, possibly the shapes of furniture. My eyes struggled to adjust, but I made out no movement inside. My breath fogged the glass, and I wiped it away with my coat sleeve. Still nothing. I stepped back onto the porch, noticing how the boards under my feet groaned. The wind picked up a bit, rattling the branches of a skeletal tree in the front yard. A sense of isolation weighed on me. I examined the other stockings. The red one hung slightly higher, and when I touched it, a light dusting of snow fell from its top. It, too, was empty. The blue one, positioned to the left, had a small embroidered design of snowflakes near the cuff. I flicked my eyes from one to the other. All 3 were in good condition, free of dust or dirt. That implied someone must have placed them there recently, or at least protected them from the elements. My heart fluttered with an uneasy feeling. Why would a person decorate a place like this if no one was around to see it? I considered the possibility that the owner had left in a hurry, or maybe they traveled for the holidays. Yet the house looked sealed, not just neglected. My gaze darted around the yard again, as if I might catch a glimpse of someone peering at me from behind a tree. No such figure appeared. I hesitated, then tried knocking once more, harder this time. My fist made a dull thud against the door. I leaned in, listening for even the smallest sound of movement. Nothing. My mouth felt dry, and I swallowed hard. The air tasted metallic. I realized it was late in the afternoon. The sun would dip below the horizon soon, leaving me in darkness on this empty road. A drop in temperature would follow, making travel even more difficult. I debated staying on the porch for a while, maybe taking shelter if a storm picked up. The idea made my stomach twist. There was something unsettling about the silence of this house, the locked door, and the bright stockings that were ready for Christmas cheer, yet completely unused. My hands trembled. I forced myself to turn and look at the road. A thought flickered. Maybe I should move on, find somewhere else. But I also wondered if the house had an unlocked shed or garage that could offer me at least some cover from the cold. I stepped off the porch, the boards protesting as I left. My boots slid on a patch of ice near the steps, and I had to grab the railing to keep from falling. My pulse raced. I shook out my arm and continued around the side of the house. The windows there were also shut, some covered with wooden boards from inside. Patches of unshoveled snow reached up to my calves, and I had to lift my knees high to move. Each step felt louder than it should, my own presence magnified by the absolute stillness of the property. In the back, I found a small yard and a weathered fence. There was no separate structure, no shed or outbuilding. The yard looked unremarkable except for a wooden bench partially buried in snow. I brushed some of it aside with my boot, revealing chipped paint. My chest tightened again. Everything seemed in a state of pause, as if the world around this house had simply stopped. I circled back to the front, my footprints trailing behind me. The stockings came into view again, swaying gently. I stared at them, expecting them to provide some clue. I thought about reaching up inside one more thoroughly, but the idea felt invasive. A dull ache formed in my temples. I realized my breathing was shallow, and my shoulders ached from being tense. I forced a few slow exhalations, trying to steady my nerves. Time was running short, though. The sun was dipping behind the trees, casting long shadows across the driveway. I decided I could not stay here. The house was locked, and no one answered. I had no supplies to pick the lock, and no real reason to trespass. My plan needed to be finding a real place to spend the night. Still, I felt reluctant to walk away. Those stockings gave me an odd sense of guilt, like I was leaving behind something incomplete. I stepped back onto the porch, eyes fixed on the row of empty stockings. I called out one last time, my voice cracking. "Hello? Anyone home?" Only the wind answered, brushing against the porch rails. My heart thudded. I considered leaving a note, but I had no pen or paper on me. Instead, I looked around for something simple, maybe a piece of chalk or a scrap of cardboard. Nothing came to view. I sighed and checked the door handle again, as though I expected it might have unlocked itself. It was still firmly secured. My gloved hand lingered on the knob. The metal felt freezing against my palm. I thought about giving it a forceful shove, but I hesitated. I imagined the consequences if the owner arrived to find I had broken in. With no phone signal, I could not call for help if something went wrong. Anxiety pulsed in my temples. I hopped off the porch with a heavy heart. My breath came out in visible puffs. I took a few steps toward the road, then glanced back. The house looked smaller from that angle, the porch overshadowed by the roof. Yet the stockings caught my eye, bright and untouched in the dimming light. I felt a tug of sadness at the thought that they would remain unfilled for another night. It was a trivial detail, but it stuck in my mind. With the sky darkening, I had no choice but to move. My boots crunched on the icy ground as I headed down the driveway. My pulse had yet to slow. I kept my head on a swivel, scanning the road for any sign of headlights or a figure approaching the property. The air felt thick, and the temperature was dropping further. I sniffed, noticing the dryness in my nose, the sharp sting in my throat. I picked up my pace, eager to find warmth and light somewhere else. A few minutes later, I reached the main road, which looked just as empty as before. The long stretch of asphalt disappeared into the gloom. I paused, trying to recall the next landmark on my map. I had a vague sense that another town lay a few miles to the west, so I turned left. The cold wind bit at my ears and cheeks. My legs felt numb, but I kept walking, one step after another, hearing the steady crunch of snow beneath me. As I put distance between myself and the house, I replayed the scene in my head. The locked door, the shuttered windows, the silent yard, and those 3 stockings, each one pristine yet empty. My stomach twisted whenever I pictured them. It felt as if the house was set for a Christmas that never came. I tried to shake the thought away, focusing on practical concerns like where I would sleep, but it stuck with me like a splinter in my mind. The night grew darker, and stars began to appear in the sky, faint against the cloudy backdrop. My breath became more labored, and I had to slow my pace, searching for any sign of a lit window or a lamp post. Occasionally, a gust of wind would push me off balance, forcing me to stabilize myself. Sweat trickled down my back, even though the air was freezing. My shoulders hurt from the weight of my backpack, and my eyes watered from the cold. After what felt like an hour of walking, I finally spotted a distant glow, maybe a porch light or a street lamp. Relief washed over me, and my chest loosened. I picked up my pace, ignoring the burning in my calves. As I moved closer, I realized it was a small convenience store connected to a gas station, the kind you might find on a rural route. A single overhead light illuminated the pumps, reflecting off patches of ice on the ground. I reached the store, opened the door, and felt a wave of warm air hit my face. My tension melted a bit. A lone clerk behind the counter gave me a curious glance. I nodded and grabbed a bottle of water from a cooler, then approached the counter. My heart still raced from the cold and the leftover adrenaline. I asked the clerk if there was anywhere nearby that I could rent a room for the night. He shook his head, suggesting I might have better luck in the next town. We spoke briefly, and I mentioned the house with the stockings. He looked puzzled. He knew of a few old properties around, but none that matched my description exactly. He said it might be the old Morgan place, abandoned for years, or it could be the Thompson property, though he wasn't sure if anyone lived there. I shrugged, feeling uneasy. I thanked him, paid for my water, and stepped outside again, into the biting cold. The short conversation did little to ease my curiosity. I realized that the memory of that porch with 3 stockings would linger. I had no answers about why they were hung or who might eventually fill them. Perhaps I would pass by again someday, or maybe I never would. As I walked away from the store, following the clerk's directions to the next town, I felt the last traces of daylight fade completely, replaced by the artificial glow of streetlights farther down the road. My feet hurt and my back ached, but I forced myself onward. I glanced over my shoulder once more in the direction of that lonely house, even though it was far out of sight by now. My breath clouded in the air, and the wind carried away the sound of my footsteps. I tightened my coat around me, hoping to make it to a warm bed before exhaustion took over. Yet the image of those 3 empty stockings stayed vivid in my mind, a final echo of a Christmas gesture that might never reach its conclusion.